Budget and Finance Committee. Members, good morning. Thank you for being present. And we are call this meeting to order at 10:05 a.m. Please disregard my background noise. I'm also at the Untitled Chapter and their meeting also too, so I have to give my report in a bit here. Let's move forward with our invocation this morning. Delegate Elder
Here, I'm on the call too. Don't give a day.
Delegate Elmer PBG.
Twin Arrows.
Twin Arrows, yeah. Abiga Hana. I didn't have to no speaker.
Abiga.
Augustina.
Augustine. Yat Anaskot, so it's on the Augustine or Sunday. Jean Rolis, no Sunday, Monday, Coney, Yadis. I wrote this sound, twist sound, and then to call the back when it's up. I don't call the ego, it's not gentle to go sleep, the vents are the cloud, the control air. And he runs out and talk is not enough. Certain things out. If you don't equal to the Bernardi to the quarter. In the combat, and the quarter, your gate or is the Chilabashini. And other Yodin plus 8 and long horn, Sati and long, other echo, the Gido echo. Talk is not the cliff the quarter. Be Holonigido, Bakai, Holongi, the EG, the eco center. Yard, no base of the long, and Hikalai are Gobikito. Yard only come to the Bahnadi, the quarter. Other because it talk does the quarter, other come. Because you don't live in the car, the quarter, as it's on the system, then the quarter. Other come because that eco is sitting to the net and long quarter. They own the hotless, the quarter, which are the quarter, cost, no hotless, the quarter. Because that eco, other eco is then you get each of the quarter. Eco, and some odd not less, the quarter. Course on the same couple of yards was there to the given not place on the corner. They come out, they come, costly, artistry, because they are then that is stopped the corner. Eddie Jim, the corner, equal to what you have on it. Another corner, but not the corner, because they come, but they come, the ship, the hitch are not load of this. Other corner, but non hit lead of this. They on the other corner, yard on, not a yard again. And the corner, the talk is yard again. In a yard again. Our compass is not within the heat of the Zondosan. I would tell you what Lanat a young Nanat and Nani task leader of the silicon. But I can't just not answer on the way. The Hazard just the bed so this is need of the silicon. A because a con, they use the Hatigan, and the Hash the Hatigan. The little Hash the Hatigan, and the corner, other con, the city in the Naz, and the corner, other con, or yards in the hot case, the corner. As a hard on dress in the corner, but hard in the corner as the door are called out the corner. A con, a not what the done long, but other country yarn the dapper. No, this corner as other corner is on set the hot land the corner. A band is not long to this in the corner. A band not the need of this in the corner. A band is not long, other corner. Not the gin the corner, but other corner is. Something Zengico, that's what is Zido, this they call it Hetido, because they call they call their nature, original sleep, original sleep, yeah.
No, I can't last season Hatsadin Seniado. Shinantakudo. I can't link on Jenia. Maybe not to shake toy, not a honey clone deep penny be a. Maybe not check Kadea Kudo. Budget and Finance Committee. Shlani Quaggy, Shilani Clonco. I don't even not check Kudo. The recognizing guests and visiting officials they give an ahologies. Ashnant 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ishmahasa Anna, Clash la Isa. This the Bini Biga for the record. Hela Isa. 24th Navajo Nation Council, Bishmas Anisha, that is besides the Budget and Finance Committee.
Chair.
Oh,
Hey, good morning, and committee members. This is Edmund Yazi calling in. Okay, calling in from Coolidge, New Mexico, near the top of the world. Sir.
good morning. Good morning, Che.
Good morning,
Chairman,
Che,
Chairman, this is Delegate Otto So. I'm on the line listening from Western Navajo.
yeah, that's Che. Good morning. Shnanta. Hey, that's to. Magashina, Nasada. Nomination Office of the President, Vice President, Sean. Staff members.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the BNF Committee. This is Leonard Sosi with OPVP. Yate.
Good morning, Shnanta. Thank you for calling in. Hey, that's to Office of the President, Vice President. Okay, Nassau Shot to the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch, Office of the Madam Chief Justice Joanne Jane, our staff. Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. Okay, Ado Dasha. Now the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch, Office of Speaker, Seth David, our staff. Is there anybody on the line?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Chair and committee members. This is Donovan from the Office of the Speaker.
Good morning, Donovan.
Morning, colleagues, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Speaker Damon. Just want to say good morning, and everybody's doing well. All the staff, everybody on the line, good morning as well, Cap.
Good morning, Celeste. Speaker Damon. Thank you for calling in. Okay, let's move forward to nomination local government units, chapters. Nomination chapter governments, chapter officials or staff. Are there any on the line today, this morning for the record? Okay, let's move forward to our nomination office of the controller. Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay, staff. Nomination office of the controller. Okay, there's nobody on the line from the controller's office. What about nomination office of management and budget?
Yeah, hey, this is Cordell, Contracts and Grants.
Good morning, Cordell, Mr. Cordell Shorty, thank you. Okay, let's move forward to Office of Legislative Counsel, Sean.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Lurleen Tapahi. I'm on the call. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Pahi. Good to hear you. The Nomination Department of Justice.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Rudy Naya with the Department of Justice.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Naya. Thank you for being on the call.
Good morning. This is Brian Curley Chambers with Navajo DOJ.
Good morning, Mr. Curley Chambers. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Karen with General Accounting OOC.
Good morning, Karen. Thank you for being on the call representing the OOC's office. Okay, let's move forward to our agenda. Peggy, if you would read the agenda to the record for us, please.
Good morning, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is your proposed agenda for March 1, 2022. Proposed agenda of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, March 1, 2022, regular meeting via teleconference. Presiding is Jamie Henio, Chairperson, Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson, placed via teleconference, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. 1, call the meeting to order, the roll call the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals for November 9th, 2021, December 21, 2021, January 4th, 2022, January 19, 2022. 5, receive reports. A, Navajo Town Site Community Development Corporation, presented by Jonathan L. Hale, Board President, Navajo Town Site Community Development Corporation. B, update from the Navajo Housing Authority CEO and Board, presented by Maureen Curley, CEO, Navajo Housing Authority and Board membership. C, Saley Wheatfields Ag Project Oversight, presented by Rudy Shabala, Director, Division of Natural Resources, with Robert Allen, Attorney, DNR, Brian Chambers Curley, Attorney, Department of Justice, Helen Brown, Acting Auditor General, Office of the Auditor General, and Carl Slater, Council Delegate. And this is from the February 15th, 2022 meeting. The first bullet is designee of project manager from DNR will be Water Resources Department. The third bullet is grant agreement. And the third is audit. D, update from the Office of the Controller, presented by Elizabeth Gay, Interim Controller, Office of the Controller. And this is also from February 15th, 2022 meeting. The first bullet is the CARES Act, Elder Hardship Assistance, and ARPA Hardship Assistance. Second bullet is the $17 million special duty and hazard pay. And the third bullet is the AIF, Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. E, overview of the federal budget process, presented by Cordell Shorty, Contracting Officer, Office of Management and Budget. F is unmet needs budgets, policy and process, presented by Dominic Bial, Director, Office of Management and Budget. G is Labor Commission legislative concern, contained in resolution number CS 4921, presented by Anselm Bitsoy, Director, Navajo Nation Labor Commission. 6 old business, none. 7 new business. A, legislation number 13-22. B, legislation number 0035-22. C, legislation number 0036-22. D, legislation number 0038-22. E, scheduling a leadership meeting with Law and Order Committee regarding the judicial branch on March 11, 2022 or March 18, 2022. 8, close of this session. Written announcements, adjournment. The next regular meeting is March 15th, 2022. That concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you for the reading of the agenda to the record. Budget and Finance Committee, their motion to accept the agenda as read.
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Motion by Shinanda, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second?
No, second, Delegate Brown.
Shinanda, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. So we do have a motion and second on the floor. Agenda is open for discussion. Any questions, comments? Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Motion and OU reports case and legislation legislation. Reports again. Legislation. Okay, without
a motion for amendment number 1. Vice Chair Smith, to hear the new business items first, legislations, from there a report see which is the cut. So that motion is there a second? A motion for amendment number 1. Is there a second? Motion for amendment number 1. Is there a second going once? Motion for amendment number 1 to hear new business items first, second after that report. Need a second? Is there a second call? Second call. There is a motion for amendment number 1. Is there a second? Third and final call. No second. Amendment number 1 dies. Going back to the main motion. Are there any questions or comments on amendment number 1? I mean, amendment number 1. Main motion. I'm sorry, main motion. If there are no questions or comments, I'll call for the question to accept the agenda as read. Tenida, con that. No. Yes. Senator Del Elmer Begay. Okay. Ramona.
Are we voting?
There was a motion for amendment number 1. There was no second. So right now I'm on the main motion and calling for the question on the main motion. Ramona, if you would lead us a roll call vote to accept the agenda as read.
Voting on the main motion on accepting the agenda. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bach-Crotty votes green via text. Chairman. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
And Kashiki for that roll call vote. We do have a vote 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We have adopted our agenda. Then moving forward to item 4, review adopt journal. November 9, 2021, December 21st, 2021, January 4th, 2022, and January 19th, 2022. Is there a motion to accept the journals?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll motion to accept the journal.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, motion to accept the journal. All 4 journals or one at a time?
All 4 journals.
Kashina, motion to accept all 4 journals. Is there a second? There's a motion on the floor. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. So we do have a motion and a second to accept the journals. With this, Budget and Finance Committee members, any questions or comments on the journals? Yeah. We'll move forward to call for the question to accept the journals. Ramona?
Eugenio,
Yes.
this is,
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Excuse me for interrupting you. We did get a text message from Jimmy Yellowhair indicating that he needed to be excused today. He's with a group in a different meeting setting at this time, so he won't be in the meeting today.
Okay, so noted then. Ramona, did you get that?
Yes, I did, Chairman.
Okay, now this roll call vote to accept the journals.
Okay, Chairman, here your roll call vote on accepting the journals. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Okay, enough for that roll call vote. We will, all 4 journals have a due pass, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Though with this, we'll move forward to, on our agenda to the next item, receiving reports. A, Navajo Townsite Community Development Corporation. Jonathan Hale, are you on the line? Jonathan L. Hale, first call. Navajo Nation Townsite Community Development Corporation. Jonathan L. Hale, second call. Navajo Townsite Community Development Corporation. Board President Jonathan L. Hale, third and final call. Okay, let's move forward to the next item on our agenda. Update from Navajo Nation Navajo Housing Authority, CEO and board, presented by Ms. Maureen Curley, CEO. Ms. Maureen Curley, are you on the line? Navajo Housing Authority, is there a representative from Navajo Housing Authority on the line?
*6 if you are muted.
Okay. Yat Bene Shanant and good morning, Honorable Chairman Hinio and Honorable Vice Chair Salim Raymond Smith and other members of the Navajo Nation Council or the BNF Committee. My name is Maureen Curley. I'm the new CEO for the Navajo Housing Authority. Anin Shlon the Betlehem Bashichin. Papa does Mastanago Hanagani additional. Oda is done in I used to not try the Generally, Tessa Ande Yahoa. I'm sorry. My child Katan Yahoa. Shaya Malibikaya Adashi Yahoa. But I is done in I'm not sure what it is that I need to report to the BNF committee today, but just to let you know that we are in the mode of changes within NHA. We're doing organizational changes. We're hiring professionals to come on board with us, and just so that the BNF committee knows that we've brought on a new deputy, Aniva Jayazi, She's been with the organization before, and she's a real asset to this organization. So we brought her back on with her knowledge and experience with NHA. As far as going forward, we're looking at not missing any deadlines with any of our federal grants or federal entities, and also completing all of the findings that were kind of left behind, and we're kind of catching up the findings from WIFLA, HUD, and KPMG. There were several findings there, then we've gone through most of them, and we have just very few to reconcile, and we're hoping for a clean report September 30th of 2022. And that's the goal of NHA from this point on, is that we want to have clean reports, and we want to be able to meet all of our deadlines so that we're not scrutinized, or that we're able to address a lot of the housing needs within Navajo. If we do meet all the deadlines and are in compliant with all of the regulations, then HUD is able to afford us additional funding so that we can be able to build more homes on the Navajo Nation, and that is our primary goal in the mission statement, the vision that Navajo Housing has. And with our Indian Housing Plan for 2023, we will have chapter community involvement, which is starting next week. There will be virtual Zooms for each of the agencies. If you can look onto our website, you will see the dates as to when our virtual team will be on board to provide the information needed for the IHP, the Indian Housing Plan, what we're going to come up with for the 2023. Other than that, I thank you for inviting us today. And if you have any questions, you can send them to me, or I can answer them for you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Curley, for your the updates from Navajo Housing Authority. That's what we were requesting for, is what is happening at NHA since the new leadership has taken over, which is yourself. And so I understand that you did meet with RDC and Twin Arrows, I believe was last Saturday, was it? And so right now, we'll defer to the Budget and Finance Committee. Is there a motion to accept the report? Motion by Shinanda Amr PVG to accept the report. Is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Motion second by Vice Chair Smith. So we do have a motion and a second. Floor is open for questions. Shinanda, Budget and Finance Committee.
Delegate Begay.
Shinanda, Delegate Amr PVG, you have the floor.
Chair Hinio, and other Vice Chair, other members of the Budget and Finance Committee, and also the people that are on the line too. So you have to be other Chichido, Ms. Curley, CEO of NHA Yate, and then your staff there. I have a question. I don't know how much you share your correspondence once you took over the office. So there was a resolution, and then there was a question, and then there was some invitation that was sent to the previous CEOs or interim CEOs of NHA, because for a lot of questions were given to them. For Telecommun chapter, they already have a land with designated for 700 acres, which has already been withdrawn land from the Navajo Nation. So if you want a piece of land for business or any entity that you want to develop in the area, all you have to do is go to the chapter and they give you that land withdrawn, the area. I don't know that you can give it to the Navajo Nation. So officially they'll withdraw if they're that land withdraw for that purpose or business stuff. You can go to the business regulatory. So it's already been developed and everything. There's already been all clearance and everything come on that state back in 1976 and so that's where we've been having a lot of orientation that NHA come by, and there's I would say that about 25 departments you guys have, and you have to go through all of them. And once you say that, no, we're done with that. We're done with planning. We're done with all that. We're done with all this, whatever you guys have started a project. Here, I thought we even have a master plan. You guys need to set these are for homes here. How do we do that? No, they said that. No, the requirement is you have to go through all this NHA department, all 25 departments. You have to go through it. No, we're like, we're not beginning the ES. All we need to do is we need a developer. We need a planner to help us. We have already made it veterans sites and then for elderly homes. Then how can we do it? The requirement is you have to go through all these separate departments, and all these separate departments say that I cannot go over that because I had this is my department. No, the whole process was like that. That was so I get to a lot of these questions were given to them. So my first question that I go back is I don't know how much these correspondence that was sent to the previous CEO. I'm not sure if they were shared with you or not. So, but if we have another question like that, do we have to start with that same question with you again? Would they have to start with the same letter or same resolution again to you? Thank you.
Thank you. Senador Delegate Elmer PBGay for your question. Senador Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you have the floor.
Chair Hinio, Ado Budget and Finance, Quado Sananta, Equegi, Beshmas, Anatnal, Best Edesti, Ado, Anosko, Shamado, Itsu, Quadon de Nishigi, Here, Cranky Kanacha. My first question, this is more a follow up from we attended the Resource and Development Committee, the in-person meeting at Twin Arrows a couple of weeks ago. And one of the first item of business that I recommended, instead of just giving reports, I am always looking for action items where we, as a Navajo Nation and leadership, are very proactive in moving the government forward instead of just kind of repeating ourselves in report version. With that, there I requested one of the things that what is the discussion like with the CEO and your team, as well as the Board of Commission, the board there at NHA, to resend the in 2019, the board did send or did away with the subrecipient agreement. Since then, what is the conversation like? If you can kind of give us bullet points on what that would look like. I know that over 22 million, either it's given back or that amount will be subtracted from the incoming amount. And 22 million is a lot. I'm going to probably talk about this for a very long time just because of how I've been meeting with NHA with my team from Danahoto chapter, Kayenta chapter, Chilchimbeto chapter, Kayenta Township, on moving a lot of these projects forward. We are again ready to build houses in our area. We have done our due diligence with NHA. I have been meeting with every new CEO and also the new board. So it seems like there's a big turnaround. I hope that you can stay longer as Navajo Housing Authority CEO. I know that previously, I'm not sure what is going on there, but our people are being impacted. I still have people. This past weekend, when we held a march on the missing and murdered and their relatives, after hearing some stories with the Kayenta shelter, the other advocates, and directly from our people, it's really disheartening that 22 million is going to leave us when we have our people struggling to survive and almost raising their children a very prime part of their lives and shelter. If we can just even look at that and creating communities, not extravagant, but safe communities for our people who need homes. I know this story we can tell over and over, but it was really, I think this is where we as elected delegates, that's why we've been elected, is to listen to our people. So it was a really important conversation that we had. And again, how can we as the 24th Navajo Nation Council support you with bringing the subrecipient agreement? Maybe right now is not the best time. Maybe, I don't know I'm not sure what the timeline, if you can give me that information. The other thing is, if you can explain to us, my second question would be, if you can explain to us the lock system and how that seems to impact the dollars that NHA spends. I know that at the Resource and Development Committee, I believe you said there was about 14 to 16 policies that get activated that make it next to impossible. I don't know if I understood this correctly, but does that make it that much harder to spend these dollars that NHA currently has? I'm really interested in the policy piece where what is the language either at the HUD level, the federal level, or is there language in the HOSDA funding, or is there language at NHA board, or is there language in the TDHE that makes it impossible to spend funding? I don't want to entirely paint the picture and say that it is our personnel at Navajo Housing Authority, the CEO, to take the blame. I think there's a piece of this that, again, the United States government, which includes HUD and organizations there, almost set us up as Navajo Nation indigenous country to fail by some of the strict guidelines and the deadlines. And if you can also explain to the Budget and Finance and to the attorneys that are listening with some of these, I know if you can also, the third question would be if you can explain when is the funding released to NHA, and explain the process. If you can send us a kind of like a flow chart okay, this day money is released to NHA. This is where it sits. This is the attorney's review. If you can paint that picture to us, and so I want to see what that looks like. So in return, we can really advocate either at the Phoenix HUD level. Again, I have pushed for a I guess we will continue to push for policy change. Would that be at the federal level? So if you can explain that to us. And so when we make trips to Washington, D.C., then we can continue to talk on the subject on these policy changes. How is it that we can adequately build houses? My next question would be the work with Navajo-owned nonprofit. Again, as I reported, we, as a 3 chapters, a Tri-City between Chilchimbito, Danahuto, and Kayenta, we are really excited that we're going to be building. We work with Design Build Bluff, in collaboration with University of Utah, and my chapter is nonprofit, which is called Nahatzilit Initiative. So the students we work with, the School of Architects, they do not get paid. They have been building houses within San Juan County, Utah, and one house in Danahuto the past 23 years. Families, and it's really the concept with Nahatzilit Initiative Housing Sweat Equity Project is to put that work back in with the families who are in need of homes, instead of keeping our people in this poverty mentality mindset. When I say that, it's again that clause that I keep repeating, that federal poverty income guideline, and how it keeps our people, some of our people, telling us, I can't get a job, I apply to NHA, if I get a job, my name will be scratched off the list. How do we empower our people, and how do we support this self-determination that we proudly talk about on Navajo? We are constantly talking about we are a sovereign nation, therefore we want to exert our sovereignty, and also to empower our people. So I'm looking for so the next question would be to the next thing would be your stance on working with nonprofits to help build houses. Maybe that's where rescinding the subrecipient agreement, and maybe the first phase, if I can make a recommendation, is what would a first phase look like I know in Tonalea, Navajo Nation Council at one time gave them funding for sweat equity housing. My understanding that it's given back to the nation, because that very important technical piece was left out. That was our case with the Tri-City sweat equity housing. The funding that was given back to NHA Nahaza funding was returned because one of our former Danahuto chapter presidents, I believe it was out of spite, did not turn in our documents, and we missed out on the $1.8 million. So sometimes there's this, we see over and over the demise from our own people, to say or ASC. That's really sad that we still function in some aspects amongst our people. I think that if we can, even those fundings that was returned from the Tri-City Sweat Equity, we want to have access back to that. I know before, when Mr. Craig Dougal was the CEO, very creative and innovative. I really liked my first meeting with him, and I've had follow-up meetings with him when he was CEO for the very brief time he was there. Some of the things that he instead of giving funding, the other promise that he made, and this was also, I updated this through the board at that time, was he was going to give us housing supplies instead of giving the Hatzilit Initiative, the not 501c3 nonprofit, was to give supplies to build a whole complete house from foundation to the lumber, roof, everything, to finish building a home for 10 houses. And we gladly accepted that. By the time I went back to him to follow up there, at that moment, Mr. Dougal was no longer there, and that's when Mr. Dwayne Wasetta was the interim CEO. So I did meet with him and gave the same information to him. So I you know, my hopes are, again, that you stay there as CEO, and really the focus is to build housing for our people. I think when I give my reports to my chapters and Western Agency, when I talk about 22 million not being given, basically essentially given back to HUD of our not HASA dollars, a lot of people are saying, how can we help NHA spend money? What a wonderful problem that is, right? To need help in spending our people's money. Essentially, Navajo Housing Authority and the leadership that are listening, and to Shanant, all these funding is designated and allocated to our Navajo people. This it rightfully belongs to our people, including the American Rescue Dollars, ARPA funds, CARES Act, the FRF funding. So why is it that it's so hard to build houses? I know you have explained that to us, but that's a continued question that I am being asked from our people. I've now, really continued to encourage to help NHA on the chapter side. I've requested my chapters to just withdraw land. Let's get them ready. Let's get them primed for construction, shovel ready, so we can adequately spend a lot of these dollars to build homes. My next question would be, what is the funding look like for, again, some of our people that this funds belong to are transient Navajos and our Navajo people who are struggling with substance abuse. I also really commend a Navajo-owned rehabilitative services called Indigenous Health with Dr. Lee, one of our very own bright Navajo women who is really asking to bring our Navajo people who are struggling with the substance abuse, who need rehabilitative services, who have these temporary housing. If you can please respond in your response, how would they go about getting funding to them with NAHASA dollars? Is that, my first question would that be allowable for an organization who is Navajo-owned, a 501c3? Again, the reason why I'm really looking to 501c3 at this moment in the past is my frustration with the Navajo Nation government. It's such a long process that it takes years and years and years to spend money. The red tape that former leadership has taken advantage of the funding, and therefore these lawsuits created so much more red tape on spending some of these funding. I know that's part of the reason, and that's why when people ask, why is there a lot of red tape on these dollars? And that's what I'm finding through my experience here on my second term on this council. So again, let's change some of these policies and loosen some of these red tape that's on these dollars that our people need access to. Housing is such it's so important, and I think right now, Navajo Housing Authority, I want to also know, I seen your social media. I'm glad that you were able to meet a couple weekends ago with the ASU and also other organizations. And I also heard you at Twin Arrows, your work that you wanted to collaborate with non-indigenous 501c3s, for-profit, nonprofit like Habitat for Humanity. I think NHA, you need to put those non-Navajo organizations at the very bottom of your list. I think there's a lot of capable organizations that can really help. On Navajo right now, you know, the unemployment is really high. I know that the next thing with ARPA dollars, NHA dollars, NAHAZA dollars, CDBG, HIP, all these dollars under community development, how can we put our heads together and maybe you, NHA and community development, USDA housing program, and other nonprofits, including Change Labs, maybe the Net Chambers of Commerce. I'm just thinking right now, maybe we need to get together and have a 2-day session, not just to report, but strategically work on putting some of these funds together so these dollars can be stretched out. So we're not duplicating some of these services. I mean, looking at the lumber prices, looking at all of that, I know a lot of this money sounds like it's a lot of money, but the supply chain across the United States and across the globe is really impacting how we're going to build also. I think there has to be a strategic approach right now. Do we order supplies right now to build houses? Again, back to my point of hiring our Navajo people who are at home, who are unemployed, but we have very skilled construction workers. We have highly skilled electricians as well as plumbers that need jobs. And I think that that's something that Nahat's Illit initiative is really working on. So we just had a meeting recently, and we're really excited that you will be able to see us again to build homes. We only have a little bit of money to build 2 homes. I wish that we had more funding so we can hire more people, from our hire our own people. So we at the same time pay them, and then also our people can be in the driver's seat of building their homes. I believe that will also remedy like these sandstone houses in Kayenta. There's about 30 units that are boarded up. Chilchimbita, I believe there's over 25 homes, and there's a total of 7 properties. And there's a lot of them that are boarded up, meaning they just need a quick rehabilitative renovation, and so our people can move in there. The waiting list is really long. Maybe the next order of business for the board and CEO is to look at these sandstone housing. I did forward a lot of these questions to you at the Resource and Development Committee meeting, and I sent you a link of what I'm also talking about with the Nahat's Illit initiative, with other organizations that have been very proactive. And that's the reason why myself and other Budget and Finance Committee members at the RDC meeting invited you, is to give us this comprehensive, what are the action items moving forward. So I'm really interested, if you can please respond to these, I would appreciate it. I will have more questions later. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Okay, National Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Ms. Curley, a response? You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Hino. And thank you to the BNF committee council members. To answer Councilman Begay's question in regards to correspondence, no. He asked about resolutions and other correspondence that I may have received from prior ICEOs. I did receive some of them and I have reviewed them, and I do know about the Telecommun chapter. In fact, we would like to meet with the Telecommun chapter and the at yourself and to come up with a solution to the 700 acres that you have. If there are land withdrawals like that in the chapter communities or within your region, that helps us to move a little bit faster in building homes, because there is a process that we have to go through in regards to identifying these homes. I know that you talked about all the plans and all of the other items that you had done with your planners and your developers, but there is a NAHASDA requirement that we have to follow, which is the site, which is called the site control. And wherever we're going to build homes, what we need is a legal platform. What is it? Legal plat. A legal plat, an environmental release. I'm sorry, an environmental report, historic preservation report, biological analysis, the chapter resolution, and also grazing signature from the grazing official. All that goes into the master, the lease and the environmental reports that we need to submit to NAHASDA so that we can be able to use the funds that you need to build homes on the property that has been withdrawn. So if with any of the council delegates that are online, if you do have land that you have withdrawn, please do give me a call and make an appointment, and we can be able to fit that into the upcoming Indian Housing Plan, or maybe we can be able to fit it into other sections of the LOCS that the LOCS funds that will be recuperated or recaptured within the next 3 to 4 months. Going on to Honorable Councilman Nate Begay's question, the action items moving forward. Yes, you did talk about the subrecipient agreements and how can you help us or support us with subrecipient agreements and the timelines. The subrecipient agreements, I understand, has been discontinued as of 2019, simply because the answer that I received from my staff is that those agreements, when they are made with the subrecipients, we find that they're able to support themselves for a year, but with operational costs and the P&E and all the things that goes into the subrecipient agreement, these leasees are unable to meet the operational funding source to continue providing services that they have requested for. So how can you help? I would say Navajo Nation would probably need, the Navajo Nation and your group, the BNF committee, I would ask that they meet with the subrecipients that are asking for these funds, and we would be more than happy to put agreements out there with subrecipients if we know and understand that the operations of those facilities will be sustainable with the help of the Navajo Nation, because most of them have been terminated simply because of operational cost. As far as the LOCS agreement that you were asking about, the impact dollars of the NHA that NHA spends, policy language within HUD, NAHASDA, BOC, or TDHE, there's really no specific language, but how the LOCS works is that it's a carryover of funding that has already been allocated. So what you're talking about, the $22 million that was returned, is from that LOCS, because within 2020, 2018, 19, and 20, there was wait a minute, don't quote me on that. 2019, 21, and 2020 and 2021, there was money that was allocated to NHA from HUD, but then the money was encumbered. So that encumbered money is money that was carried over for these projects, which brought us up to 237,000 of LOC's accounts, which when you add the 3 years up together with the money that was given from HUD, we were over by 22 million that we had in our bank account or in that particular account that HUD gives us. Therefore, with their calculation from HUD, the 22 million will be taken off the top for the 22 funding that we were going to be receiving in April. And you asked for me to explain the release of funds and the flow chart for those funding. How it works is that the U.S. government or HUD, they issue money or they do their budgets in September or before October 1st, and they allocate these monies and they say you're going to have this much. You know, there's a big pot of money in Indian reservations, or all Indian organizations get a funding out of the HUD pot. That money is allocated to us in the first quarter of each year, which is between October and December. However, NHA does not receive any of those monies that have been allocated in the first year until the third quarter. When we receive the money in the third quarter, which is from April, May, and June, we have 6 months to spend that money. That's why the carryover of the LOCs continued to grow, because there is no way that we can spend that money. We tried to allocate those money to the projects, and it just continued to grow. But with the new leadership that we have now, Ms. Anita Yazi has taken over the oversight of the construction and development of all those projects, and what she's going to be doing is reconciling all of the projects and see which ones have not been started, which ones have monies that have been allocated, that nothing has been done, and those monies will be recaptured, put back into our accounts, and all the projects that had not been started, or any of those fine points where we didn't complete a project, those will be moved forward into 2023 so that we can be able to fit that into our plan for 2023. That's basically how the LOCs work. So I hope I've explained that to you. And then, I'm sorry. It's also, the LOCs program is also a reimbursable system as well. So if you need more information on that, again, please call Doreen and make an appointment with me, and then we can go over all of that information for you so that you fully understand how the LOCs works with NHA. It's not money that we're hiding from anybody. It's not money that we're putting aside for NHA's personal use. It's money that has been encumbered for projects that have not been started or have been put off because of one or two reasons, say like there was no land, the land was not properly secured, or maybe the environmental review was not done. One of those items probably is the reason why the projects have not moved forward. So explaining, and then you asked about the Navajo-owned nonprofits. Back to the LOCs, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention the utility capacity. That's also a big problem when we go out to do scattered sites, is the utility capacity for us to do any any housing or projects. We've been trying to, one of the goals that we have for this year is to partner with all of the enterprises within Navajo Nation and 3 of the Navajo Nation departments, so that we can be able to determine the coordination, collaboration and communication of all the projects that we have so that we can be able to begin a project on a specific date and everyone will be there to complete those projects with less than 2 years. That is our goal and moving forward. And we do want to be able to accomplish that goal, but we need everybody's help. And we are asking, we have asked RDC to help us with various issues regarding this particular, those particular sentiments. Navajo-owned nonprofits, how do we work with them? Well, this is something new to us in this new administration. What we have come up with is that, again, you had mentioned the sweat equity for Habitat of Humanity. We have begun a project which is in their early planning stages of doing sweat equity and also providing homes for senior citizens and veterans through either the 184 mortgage payments or fundings from investors that we have contacted or that have contacted us because they want to help Navajo. We will be building those homes through those particular nonprofit entities. And one of the other things that we're going to do is we're trying to collaborate with the universities that are surrounding Navajo, which would be NAU, UNM, Durango, and ASU, to see if we can be able to bring students as interns to the Navajo Nation to build homes for our senior citizens or our veterans within the coming years. I'm sure it's not going to happen this summer, but hopefully next summer we'll be able to implement that particular project so that everyone can be able to, or the Navajo Nation Council can be able to see what we are doing with our investors and also with the nonprofit agencies that we'll be working with. Question number 5 is nonprofit to work with nonprofit subrecipients, first phase, what does it look like? You indicated Greg Duwell had supplies to build a home for 10 homes, and that is a really, really, really good idea. And I think if we can, the committee that we have, or the committee that we're forming to do the nonprofit part of NHA's new leadership goals, I believe we probably could fit this into that plan. I think it's a really, really good idea, and I think it would give the students some initiative to come back to Navajo in the summer to help build homes. And we can sit down and talk about that as well, Councilman Brown. How do we, and then your next question was, how do we help NHA spend money? Well, I'm not sure if that would be, I don't know, I don't want to say legitimate question, but NHA dollars are accounted for through the IHP plan and through NAHASDA. So we have a plan that we submit, and the money is allocated through the various line items that we submit. And those dollars are already allocated to the projects that we have submitted. So all we're asking for is that if we put your project into the Indian Housing Plan, we would like to have you, as council delegates, be able to have land withdrawn, and maybe land may already be in trust status, or whatever we can do to help you develop that land or to put homes on there. And also some help from the Navajo Nation council delegates to put a little note into NTUA's ear to help us with the utility assessment and analysis. That would really help us move these projects along. Through my tenure here with the past couple of months, I've found that a lot of the projects are being held up because there's no report or analysis from NTUA, and that really puts an obstacle in front of us. So that's why we're trying to meet with them on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis to see what we can do to move some of these projects forward. I understand that NTUA doesn't have enough employees, but if not, then maybe there's another solution to this. Can we go outside of NTUA to provide these, to get these assessment reports, or to get the utility capacity up to standard within Navajo? Number 6, what does the funding look like for transient housing? We can be able to do subrecipients for transit housing. However, again, it's the operational dollars that we'll be able to, that kind of is an obstacle for a lot of the subrecipients who apply for these dollars. And the homeless emergency shelters is approved by the NAHASDA activity. In order for us to build substance abuse centers, it depends and is primarily at the approval of HUD. So the only fallback to this is that IHS may already have been funded for these particular services. So if we go and ask for some of this funding through our IHP plan, it may be considered duplicate services. So that's another thing that we would have to work out in regards to these substance abuse facilities. We know that IHS may be the primary recipient for these substance abuse dollars, but that again, that would have to be something that the Navajo Nation Council will need to look into, so that we can get a clearer idea if we can be able to request for that for some of that funding. And you had asked also in collaboration with non-Indigenous organizations. The only thing that we're doing with the non-Indigenous organization is that we are working with the investors. There's no non-Indigenous people coming onto the reservation to work for us. Again, Navajo preference is key with us here at Navajo Housing Authority. The dollars from the investors will help us build homes, but there are some requirements that we have to do with them. So we are working through that, and we may be able to collaborate that with additional funding from NHA, kind of put those two fundings together so that we can be able to build more homes. You did identify that the Navajo labor and that there's a lot of skilled workers out in Navajo currently. I'm glad to hear that, simply because right now our facility maintenance department with the HMO sites are looking for skilled workers. We have a lot of homes that we need to renovate, that we need to rebuild, and you talked about the boarded up homes. That is one of our goals by September 30th of 2022, is to remove all the boards from those houses, renovate all the houses that have been, people have moved out, and I believe there's 400 and some odd number of homes that we need to renovate. So currently what we're doing is we have a kind of an inside advertisement to those skilled workers, that if you are looking for a job, to please contact the Human Resources Department, which would be Cherie Bitsui. She will be able to put some of these skilled workers to work in your community. We are looking for a lot of skilled workers. Again, if we are not able to find enough skilled workers, hopefully by the start of May, we may have to contract a contractor to come in and remove all the boards from the houses and renovate all those houses. Again, if that is done, then we will still need skilled workers to work with these contractors. So I hope I have answered all of your questions. Honorable Councilman Begay and Mr. Brown. If you have additional questions, please do let me know and I can try to answer them for you. Thank you.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Chair Hunio, are you still on the call?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Curley, for the report response to the questions. Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chairman, committee members. Thank you, Shania, for your prayer, and Ms. Curley Shada for providing this report to Budget and Finance. I just wanted to ask, was there a written report provided to the committee? If I could get an idea when that was submitted. I think that what you're providing here to the committee is important, not only for leadership to understand, but I'd like to invite with your staff in terms of how we could have a regional conversation with my legislative district. And prior and working with other CEOs, there's a lot of opportunity with NHA LIM system. I believe, it must have been during COVID. I was able to go to the Fort Defiance headquarters, and I was able to observe the type of information that NTUA is building up, and the work that we're doing in terms of looking at housing, transitional housing, essential worker housing, how to house our law enforcement, teachers, other public servants, and looking at shelter services and being able to plan and map that out. I would need to know, and I continue to hope that NHA, and I understand the challenges that, NHA doesn't, well, I don't want to speak for NHA right now, but I would want to know then, and I will be contacting you, Ms. Curley Shade, because we've been able to have really great conversations with your staff and building up the housing potential. Of my 7 chapters, 5 of them are certified. And with that certification, they have the ability to eventually issue out home site leases, just like how Baja helps their community members. And what we want to do then is to build into all of their land use plans their housing needs. And so some chapters and communities want to extend the current NHA housing subdivisions. Other chapters and regions do not feel like that meets their needs. But I would want to, with your team there, continue to have that dialogue on how to continue to plan using that software. And I was really impressed in the work that we're doing with Amber Alert and emergency notification on, your residents there at NHA, how they have the ability to communicate if there's a local emergency, which includes a missing person. And I'm not sure if that ever got off the ground or that's still in beta testing, but that is a wonderful life-saving measure that can be incorporated into all of the different communities in terms of how the local communities respond when there's emergencies. Communities that are along major highways, so we have a lot of motor injuries that take place and that the community needs to know about, weather conditions. And I think if we could expand what you're doing at NHA, that would be very helpful. I'm encouraged to hear that you have a very, I would say, very aggressive campaign, and I appreciate it, on the boarded up homes and community abandoned homes. In that conversation, and we could have it offline, or if it's just more of a regional, I also have a challenge with, unfortunately, your consumers or individuals who have thought they were paying to own their homes and have found themselves in the courts and actually being evicted and not understanding the whole background. But those homes just stay vacant, and so there doesn't seem to be another model. And what we just have then are families who are then now homeless or have to live in Farmington. So if we could have a conversation to see if there's opportunities for what happens then to these evicted families. The second area that I wanted to talk about, and the concern that within the last few years, is the increase in rent. And understanding the formula and understanding then when NHA collects that, then what happens to that funding. I would say, as a Budget and Finance Committee member, you do have, when you receive the funding, it's never quite clear how NHA is going to use that money, and it almost becomes at the discretion of the board. And I feel like that's a systems issue that either the council needs to take a position on, because I believe in transparency, and I appreciate the board when they have their Zoom calls, but how this funding is allocated, really there should be some goals, and there should be some idea in terms of how this funding is being used, because the reality is the steep increase in rent is also hurting the families. Veterans who are on pensions now are had an increase of, I think maybe an example is from $250 a month and now paying over $1,000. And so there has to be more accountability from NHA in terms of how you're using those resources. And those families who have been renting for many, many years, what are some of the innovative ways that we can move them into home ownership so that they then have the ability to own their home and then are not on NHA's, I don't think that we would have the issue when it comes to abandoned homes. So how are we creating a model for people to transition to help themselves, and knowing that they may never have the debt to income ratio to get a mortgage or to get a loan. And I've asked this from our own Navajo Nation Housing Credit Program. And so I know there needs to take a lot of time and consideration, but that's why we have this, have pulled this money through NAHASDA and being innovative on meeting the needs for our Navajo families to return. I would want to have a more in-depth conversation with you regarding the shelters, particularly Shiprock Shelter, and with some of the former CEOs. And there's been a few, and that hurts in terms of how we move forward. But there was a coordinated effort to get that shelter reestablished. And in looking at the ARPA plan that's currently at RDC, I didn't see where there was going to be any type of funding that's identified for the transitional housing. I do want to let you know, and committee members, during COVID, leadership kept saying this is the best time for families, everybody's home, things are great. And what the reality was, we had situations where families were being held hostage by violent perpetrators. They felt like all of the systems were down. And when we try to move families working with advocates to other counties were refusing to take our Navajo relatives because of some of the COVID restriction. And so that places the absolute immediate need for Navajo Nation to develop a system here on Navajo to meet the needs of our families that are in crisis. And this may be women and children. This may be men. This may be disabled veterans, but we have to meet that need. And I'm concerned when I heard the comment saying, well, if IHS is doing something similar, we don't want to duplicate. I would want to understand that statement a little bit more and have a conversation on where is the concern, because unfortunately some of IHS's like domestic violence prevention programs are not reaching the areas that we need, and we're actually working with some of the victim advocates who get support from domestic violence prevention programs in building up shelters like the Crown Point and Eastern area. They need funding to reestablish a shelter out there. There's a proposal from battered families in Gallup area that serves south of Gallup, and they need support with their new facility. There is a proposal for Hard Rock to operate and manage an area that was formerly occupied by, I believe, a mission. We're continuously looking for areas in Tuba City, and we want to help Kianta, which was mentioned by Delegate Brown, and also there's a need in the Chinle area. And so if we could continue to have that dialogue, and if we need to pull in and bring in IHS area office, I would like to request to have that follow-up, because what we need is to make sure that our federal partners understand what's happening with the federal money to avoid duplication, but also to make sure that there's some type of planning taking place. And with my district, we're looking at how can some of these, is NHA in a position to have some of these homes be emergency transitional homes for families that need either a few days to be safe or to transition out to other areas. And on average, we're transporting folks 3 to 4 hours away, and that's hard on the family. And we're working with law enforcement to make sure that those perpetrators of violence are the ones that are held, rather than the family having to relocate. Then my last area, Chair, and again, I am concerned about the reversion. I understand that NHA couldn't spend that money in time. So what's the solution, and who is accountable for that reversion? I think it hurts knowing that any of our funds that are allocated to Navajo programming, if there's, and I'm willing, if there's red tape issues, if there's internal issues, going back to either right away, land withdrawal, because we're looking at, we have a housing justice meeting the second and third Tuesday of every month with like the city of Albuquerque and the mayor's office, with the state of Arizona, working with the tribal coalitions out of Utah. And we're looking at what is happening when, and how are our community members in vulnerable situations and targeted when they don't have access to reliable housing. And if they're moving off the nation because they can't find housing and are moving to the urban or border towns, and how does that perpetuate violence in our communities? And what are their rights to housing? And so I think there's a lot of time and energy that's being put in place on what are the expectations as our THDE as a Navajo enterprise, and the solutions to meet the housing needs. And so with that in mind, I would like to continue to coordinate with your staff. And we have worked with NECA. This committee has heard a report from NECA in terms of manufacturing homes and kind of like these kits in terms of what they've learned from helping with bathroom additions. And we're going to continue to rely on NECA and others to provide housing development and what that looks like for the different communities. And And I know that there are delegates who are going and will have housing in part of how to support their legislative district with the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund. And so I want to expand that. I just don't want one house per chapter. I want to create a system and working with the committee, the Navajo Nation, and what could be the direct investment. And NHA plays a vital role in that. And I think, Shade, this is a great time and opportunity. I wanted to go to the RDC work session. Unfortunately, Twin Arrows is, it's just very far. It's about a 3.5-hour drive. So if we could have a more regional approach, we can, if you and your team can support that dialogue, I'd appreciate that. I see a lot of opportunities. I see a lot of areas where leadership, if there's areas that need to be amended, if there's ways that we need to look and make congressional fixes, but also looking at then what do we envision for Navajo Nation. There's been a lot of great planning, maybe 15 years ago, and what does that look like now with COVID and how we had family members. I had family members in parts of the district I represent. We lost a matriarch because her children lived around her in these little trailer pull-ups, like these little half trailers. They're just like a one little section trailer, about 10 of them, and they would all go to grandma's house for their water and for their electricity. And when COVID came on, it spread in that little village, and we lost grandma there because she was the only one that could provide that service to her community, to her family. And I think those are the stories that we have to remember when we're talking about the response, and also then not only the responsibility of Navajo leadership, but to the board. And it's a big issue to tackle. If your staff can provide what are some of the low-hanging fruits that we could address within the next 3 months, what are the midterm goals and solutions, and then what are some of the long things that we need to embed, because we did have the Department of Interior Assistant Secretary, Mr. Newland, visit Navajo Nation last week. And so if there's areas of focus and consideration that we need to look at, we need a very comprehensive approach. So I appreciate you being here for our report. Committee members, I appreciate the time, but housing, so much can be done with housing. And if we could provide, we have to see our family members living in tarps is, it's inhumane. It's against everything that we pray for and that we represent, and to know that we have the ability to solve that issue, whether it's a tiny home, whether it's transitional housing, and how can we get our chapters and their leadership involved to provide that regional solution. So thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate this opportunity.
I'll defer back to Ms. Curley, CEO of Navajo Housing Authority, for response.
Thank you very much, Deja. Amber Crotty. Going back to your questions or your comments, first of all, I'm sending my condolences to you and your community for the grandma that passed with COVID. It is very disheartening that a lot of our Navajo elders are taken home with this awful virus that's still lingering here in the Navajo Nation. And I do hope that we all take responsibility to wear masks or do whatever we can to keep our elders safe from this awful virus. So you were asking about a written report to the BNF committee. No, there was no report that was drafted to present to the Navajo for the BNF committee. But I do know in the future I will be able to provide a report if BNF wishes us to do so. I do understand that a lot of the issues that we're talking about is very important. And one of the things that I really did kind of I think that we should do is your regional, you talked about the regional housing summits. I think that would be a great idea for Navajo Nation to be a part of, especially for Navajo Housing Authority, so that we can actually get an overview of what other entities or what other organizations are doing in regards to housing. I think if we can collaborate and communicate with other entities, we can be able to do a better job here within Navajo Housing. You did say that you have some of your parts of your chapters or your communities are asking for an increase in some of the subdivisions. That would be something that we could look into, and if you can identify the subdivisions that are asking to have increase, the planning department under Mr. Ernest Franklin and Dwayne Wasita can be able to look at that. But in turn, Ms. Yazzie, Aniva J. Yazzie, is overseeing the construction side of NHA now, so she could be able to give you more information in regards to how we could do that and the planning and development that would happen with those particular subdivisions. And I think it is also a great idea for your Amber Alert and within these housing communities that we have. If we could begin to collaborate as to how we can set that up, that would really, I think that would really be something that Naval Housing Authority could really get behind, and HMOs there in the subdivisions, because I do hear of various things, violence that have occurred there, or some sort of other activity that happens within those subdivisions, especially for the houses that are boarded up. If we do have an Amber Alert within the communities, I think that that would really work. But inclusive with that, I really do believe that the Navajo Nation needs to increase their police force so that they can be able to cover all of these Amber Alerts. I am on board with you as far as transparency goes. That's the new leadership here. That is what we're all about, is that transparency, doing the right thing, telling the truth, and not to hide anything. There will never be a day from this day forward that you will come to NHA where you have to listen to ill things or untruths. We will always be truthful to you and the Navajo Nation Council. We want to be as transparent as possible with you and members of the Navajo Nation Council. You were also talking about how families can be able to be able to purchase their homes or to be able to do a buyout for their homes. We have what we call a conveyance of homes, and what happens there is what we found out in regards to our wonderful employee, Mr. Earl Tolley. He brought us some information in regards to conveyance of Navajo housing homes, where people have paid for years and years and years and have not been able to own the home. But what we have found out is that there is various overlapping resolutions with these conveyance of homes. So I have assigned Mr. Tolley to go through all those resolutions and be able to come up with one resolution that would help the entire nation and its people to be able to buy out some of these homes, or else that we can turn the homes over to them if they've paid for more than 30 years on those homes. It's kind of ridiculous for some of our people to continue paying on a home for over 40 years when they've been when there really hasn't really been upkeep to those homes. And we're with the maintenance department that we have now, we are trying to get to all of the subdivisions to do the renovation on some of these homes. So if you could just bear in mind that we are really trying to put a plan, or we have put a plan in place, but it's our difficulty right now is manpower. And that is why I asked cheer that if you know of anyone that is looking for a job that's skilled labor or just wants to work, to contact Ms. Cherie Bitsui so that she can be able to get them to the community or to the areas that are currently working or trying to renovate the homes. As far as evicted families to this point, we have what we call the ERAP system, The ERAP is entailed with the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. We have a lot of money that needs to be expended, so, and there is a moratorium on evictions here on the Navajo Nation, but I believe that the moratorium has been lifted in the cities and states around Navajo, but within Navajo, there is still that moratorium in place where no one should be evicted. With the ERAP, what we're asking is that the applicant, whoever is going to apply for some of this funding, to get caught up with their rental, their rent, their utilities, their internet and their phone. If they are behind on any of those items, we ask that they contact the ERAP facilities or the ERAP department so that they can be able to make that application with the 3 documents that they're asking for, which is very simple, is a CIB and, holy cow, there's a fire out there. A CIB, hold on. The income levels and also your rental agreement or your mortgage agreement. That's all you need to apply for the ERAP system. No one should be denied. We are doing the 90% over the what is it called, the state level income, to be able to sufficiently help everyone within Navajo Nation, and those Navajos that are living in the cities or other suburban areas, they are allowed to apply for us. The only catch to that is if they have already applied for Arizona assistance or New Mexico assistance through the state, then they can't. It's kind of difficult for them to apply with a Navajo ERAP, simply because it'd be 2 payments made out to the same person, and we do have to account for all this fund through HUD, and there will be an audit at the end of the funding period. So we're trying to be very cautious as to who is applying for the funds, but we do want everyone to apply that is in need. If the rent has been past due for since March of 2020, please have them apply to us so that we can have them get caught up on their rent to current. Once we get them current, they have another opportunity to apply again for an additional 3 months so that we can be able to help them and they can be able to remain solvent with their rent. The last allocation of the ERAP money will be in September, which will probably go about 15 months into the future. That we're hoping that we can do that, so that everyone that has applied will be caught up to within 15 months from September, which will take them into 2024. The other thing that you had asked about is the increase in rent. I understand that there is increase in rent throughout the entire nation. However, with HUD or with our rentals here on Navajo Nation, it's basically income specific. Let's see, how does that go? It depends. The rent allocations or calculations and home ownership payments are based on the HUD formula. We can't change. We at NHA don't charge more than 30% of the annual adjusted gross income. Overall, NHA charges less than 15% from public rental and 20% of home ownership. So families are charged less across the board. There is money allocated for that if they are behind, and they can apply for assistance through the ERAP program, which is currently under the direction of Mr. William Scott. And you can contact him here at NHA to to get apply for those funds. As far as modeling to transition of owning a home, again, that's the conveyance part of it. We can be able to help them with that. The other thing is you talked about the loans. Well, we have what we call the 184 program, where Navajo families can buy a house, or they can get a loan and build a house here on the reservation if it's a trust land, if they're building on trust land, and they can be able to make payments either through the bank, or the other thing that we're doing, hopefully within the next year, is that we would like to be able to fund the 184 program with an NHA so that we can become self-sufficient in 10 years. What that will do for us is the mortgage payments that are coming into us, a part of that will go into the investments, where the investments will be able to build homes for the veterans and the senior homes. But that's further down the road when that investment begins to build. But with the 184 program, we can be able to build homes for the Navajo people at a lower cost, and also the payments will be lower than those in the surrounding cities in Navajo. And some of the things that we can do also with the 184 program is that we can, with the investors that we're looking at, we can be able to go half and half with them to build their homes. And a lot of the homes that are built for the seniors and veterans, we're looking at the investors to help us build those homes. As far as the homeless shelter and emergency shelter, that is an approved activity under the HOSDA. However, again, I want to just stress that when you asked about the IHS duplication, the only thing is the funding. If IHS is receiving funding for this particular item with substance abuse and housing needs, we would have to sit down with them, or the Navajo Nation Council would need to sit down with IHS and their leaders to come to a remedy so that we can be able to, or the Navajo Nation government can be able to utilize some of that funding for homeless shelters. But with us here, we can request it in our IHP plan, but it depends on HUD's approval. Again, they will be looking at other programs that provide the same service. You asked about domestic shelters, domestic violence shelters. It is an approved activity under NAHASDA. We would just need to incorporate that into our IHP and also into our future planning with Navajo housing. We can convert some of the homes that are currently in the NHA communities to transitional homes or into domestic violence shelters, but do understand that if we do that, then the recipient of that home will need to if there's anything that goes wrong in that home, say if the perpetrator came back and came to the house where the person that was being sheltered and there's violence that occurs, then the person that's in that home or that has been issued that home will need to be able to make those payments for the repairs. NHA can be able to make the repairs, but there is we do have payment systems set up for them to be able, so that NHA can recoup the funding for facilities in regards to repairs. The other thing is that you talked about people living in cities and communities, or students in large communities or towns, cities. NHA can buy property within these areas. Take, for instance, Flagstaff. We can be able to buy property in Flagstaff and build an apartment building and be able to rent those apartments to low-income Native families and also students. But the criteria there is within Flagstaff, the city of Flagstaff, because we would be what they would call discriminating against other low-income families, since we will only be housing Native families. that would be one item that Navajo Nation Council could be able to talk with the city of Flagstaff or any other city that has that discrimination law or discrimination clause in their rental agreements across the board. We had initially talked about, or I understand that this initially was done, talked about probably about 4 or 5 years ago. However, due to many of the negative comments from not only the Navajo Nation Council, but other community members throughout Navajo Nation, this particular item was never fully initiated. The Envision for NHA, all I can tell you about the future vision of NHA is that within 10 years, what the new administration here in NHA, our vision in the next 10 years is to be self-sufficient. And to be self-sufficient, we do need help from the Navajo Nation Council to help us find investors, and not only to find investors, but to see if we can be able to make the 184 program a success within NHA. And that would require us to probably remedy a lot of the resolutions and maybe even the Navajo Nation Code in order for us to do that. To be self-sufficient within Navajo Housing Authority would be a great, would be one of the biggest accomplishments with NHA, simply because we will be using those investments to build homes without the government telling us that we can't do this or we can't do that or you can't build there and so on and so forth. It will be up to the Navajo Housing Authority to be able to build these homes for Navajo wherever, if it's scattered site, if it's a community, if it's a new apartment building in Window Rock or Kienta or maybe even in Delcon, we can be able to do that if we are self-sufficient without anyone other than the approval of the Navajo Nation Council helping us achieve that particular goal. I believe that is all that you had, Shadeja, Councilwoman Karate. If you have any other questions, I would really, really love to sit down with you and your staff and also with our executive team so that we can go over some of the initiatives that you have in mind and that we can answer more of your questions as we move forward. Thank you, Shadeja.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Curley, for your response to the question. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Can you give me some time?
Vice Chair Smith, are you still on? Vice Chair Smith?
Sure. Chair, this is Delegate Brigade. I have a follow-up question. Thank you.
Okay, we got Vice Chair Smith? Okay. I did have a question myself, but it seems like Vice Chair.
I'm here, Chair. I'm here.
Okay, maybe in a bit, I have a question if you could take over a little bit, but right now I'll defer the floor to Shanada, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I'm listening in. I'm here.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, Shanada, you have the floor.
Oh, okay. Kishina, yeah, Chisile, Sharhinio, other members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Although I does to Ms. Curley and for the response. I understand that we might meet tomorrow. I was looking at my schedule, so but it's going to be probably the teleconference on it. But I have a question regarding the Winslow track over at Winslow area where there's lands that are on fee status. So I was wondering how can NHA move on that? Do we have to transfer the whole land status to NHA to start requesting for HUD funding? That's one question. Although the second one is regarding the establishment of it, .com. So I think there's always a question of water. I think I believe that the whole TAC team, they call TAC team, the technical advisory group from Utah. They're doing the whole studies for the whole water system, southwest part of the reservation. So they're gonna be, they got the fundings they withdrew grants, so they're gonna be upgrading the whole water system for downtown from Cornfield to Greasewood and then to downtown. So people always ask me that there's no water there for these developments, but so that'll be the second one. So I know that you guys don't do much of the infrastructures on it, and then also I'm not sure how much fundings are being available for infrastructures like sewer or lagoon sites. That will be my question. I know that every time we start requesting for water, but there's always we leave out the wastewater part of it. So that will be my second question. My third question is so I know that understanding that from NXA, you guys need land to start developing homes. But like I said, that there's downtown that are available. I don't know how to go about these. Maybe the Henio. My third question would probably if we could have a leadership meeting with NXA regarding how we could Budget and Finance Committee can help regarding financing, and then also maybe with land status, how it can be transferred. Maybe we could have a leadership meeting, because I know that I think through this pandemic, our community has faced a lot of difficulties and complications regarding their living in this pandemic, especially with homes. So I think we need to overall, but it will be the policy. I know that RDC is the oversight committee to NXA Enterprises, but part of it can Budget and Finance Committee be to change some of the maybe their financing regarding their HUD funds that they have financially. Is there where we have titles, or maybe we have some type of a duty or a policy that we can help assist them. In this case, that maybe our legislative council can elaborate more on it. What kind of financing do we need to be part of it to address some of those issues? And so, in this case, thank you.
Elmer PVG. I did hear Delegate Eugene So. No. Are you on the line? Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So.
Can you hear me now?
It's like now.
This is a good report. I wish we could have reports to all 24 Navajo Nation Council and these kind of reports or about this case I need to use a new so let's change for all of our people that elected us. Some concerns that I have all I don't know if she speaks or understands Navajo real good. But in the days of the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, she's still alive. Those days, there people lived in clan, like a clan plot in Hello, all over. If you go from Burnside all the way to Chayenta, you'll see lights, spots of lights here and there at night. So in that regards, the grading permit, CEH, BIA, and also Department of Ag, in order for them to have a grading permit. So in that respect, the next ongo, like in Chinle, as an example, right there was only one house right below the hospital. That was my grandpa. Then there was another house way over there where the old police department was. Those were my grandpa's family. And also by the bridge, and my grandpa's family. And also where the water meets the Candy Shea and the Nazini Wash meets at that area too. So those are hot, and also one on top of where the hospital is against the bridge. Those are all my grandpa's family, Kinya'ani. So at that time, the business started. At the first station was made right there by the bridge, and then that was the Baldwins. So as it grew, the BIA housing started coming in, the schools came in, everything that started coming in. They had 2 sewer ponds. The road at that time wasn't where the 191 is now. It was more on the eastern side. So the plan, the BIA putting up those housing, and they did do the sewer pond, but they had to build a trash area, and that was built right on top of the hill where the hospital is on the north side of Hall Gate. And then the trash starts coming in. The school and the offices and the housing. So as it went on, our sheep got to notice what's in those trash, and they start going over. Not to go in there because sometimes they bring back plastics or whatever they eat, they will die that night. So all those things, so sometimes they'll go there without, then getting them out is really, really hard sometimes because you have to go through all the trash and try to get them out of there, and they really want to whatever they're eating, they don't want to leave it. So that's how it started. So what I'm trying to say is that NHA housing, and at that time when the development starts going, and it should be in that way of planning, the sewers, the trash, and then the drainage system. I don't want that these houses started, and then we had a problem with animal control. They went there and start, these dogs got together and they go out and attack sheep corrals. Or you not never believe that in that area. You would see how it looks like when after a dog attack. So obviously it's in the house. Something would be dead. So that's what we came across as the development came. out of Navajo. And then there we got into the fencing area. Out of AWD, no, been to here housing. So it means that the housing people, the tenants would get mad at people's lives that they were there already before the housing came up. But so there was another issue that we had because of the fencing wasn't there, no cattle guard, etc. I don't know the roads, don't know the problem we have in Chinle roads. The problem we have on the Chinle area is the roads inside the housing are really bad. There are a lot of potholes here and there, but the road that ends at cattle guard to the, or BIA roads. So sometimes they're already then into the housing, nothing. And then also we saw a lot of houses that's being boarded up, and a lot of them are burnt out. We saw one down at Napier area. There's, I think it was about 14 houses or something like that already still being boarded up. Then there's one in Nazrini that's been boarded up for over 4 years. It owns today. So what on has so we never really planned how the population is going to grow. Because all things of me not needs out of so what I don't do water accessibility none. How do I water? How do I water? To help these people into the future. But people caught another word or that's about 10 years, 20 years down the line. But I don't start to see the oil because now we have it. I'm pretty sure I requested Navajo Housing Authority one time back in about 5 or 6 years, but they had a flood study. So they brought one up to Chinle to us. That was the one in 7 all towards north. Everything going north, not anything towards south. Or they told us there's a lot of areas that they can't build houses, and that's mostly all the valleys, all the way down towards a place called Valley Store. That's a Chinle service area. So we can't build in that area. I know because it's tall, but it has to be built up. Because all those houses in Chinle area in the valley, both sides of 191 are flood areas. One water comes out from the hospital area and also from the south side, and also another one they call it reservoir. Those dams were already broken so many years ago, so water just flows out that way. And then we got 3 canyons in Chinle. One main canyon, the Canyon Deshay, and then there's a Slim Canyon, and then the 3 Turkey. Well, those 3 canyons all brings water into the valley. I don't know why we move in there and try to fix this and that like band-aids. So there's another thing that any development, they don't really do those kind of stuff. To me, any municipal or any city, the first thing they do is get the drainage system straighten out how to talk to all these cements, all these roads, how much runoff will it take and the water won't go back into the ground. It's going to run off. Where is it going to run off to? We don't have that. Seems that on the Navajo Nation, anything like that. Like in Chinle, we have a hospital on top of the hill. All that runoff, the water that runs off of there goes into the people's housing under the on the bottom of the hill, and then they put in the Navajo Technical University in Natis. So that one's also a lot of places where the water won't go. It also goes back into the people's housing. So we don't plan a drainage system. I don't know why the Navajo Nation don't have that as a top priority. I talked to Mr. Willie again and again, but it seems that doesn't really connect with him somehow in his plan of operation. It's our interest has our interest was just so these are some of the issues that we have. But that's the reason why I'm saying this should be reported to all 24th Navajo Nation Council, because each one of us has a developing area. So we need housing in every part of the chapter. These are veteran housing, veteran nursing home. I mean, so that's the question I would like to have. How much money did we get all hearsay, Jason? Because I'm not on the Health and Education Health and Service Committee, so I don't get that that kind of report from anywhere. So so right now where we're all at is that I was talking about what happens to these housing. We also got gains. The one in the Chinle wash area, all these gains, they all down in the wash. Some people go into the wash, they never come out. About 2 weeks ago, we found 2 more dead individuals there in the wash. So this is what's going on. So and these were never been planned ahead. Out of in we're planning that way on the Navajo Nation. They don't want to go back to this house. It was made by Navajo Housing Authority ownership. But there was a death in the family, and then all these other children that were raised there were off working somewhere else. But they want to come back, but one tried it, but it's really bad. There's 4 gangs in that area trying to occupy the house. It's for window the door that. And it's a beautiful house, but it's just sitting there. So they try to rebuild it, and then it goes. The same thing happens again because they had to work off the reservation. Also, I don't know if they have money, if the NHA have money for those kind of situations where it's not the owner of those people that they can rebuild them. That's a question too. So I don't know these are burnout. If they have funds for these things. When somebody dies in a house and then the Naval Housing Authority, is it their authority to ask for a medicine man to reharmonize the area within the house? Another person would just go move back in there again. So I call go down I wish I could let all my people know what is happening in this Naval Housing Authority, what kind of plan they have, what kind of the wishes that's going to be happening in the future. I would really like to plan with them. After I'm off the council, I don't think I have any authority to talk with you guys no more. So while I'm at it as another 8 months, I would like to schedule a meeting with you, sit down, and let's see if we can iron out some stuff in for Chinle area and also across the Navajo Nation. I know all the development area. The chapter done Chicago, like my chapter is the second largest population. I know Shipra is the first largest population. So we need these kind of information, and we need to work with the Naval Housing Authority. We need to see what we can do for our people out there. So all these we can iron those out. So we do need a lot. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Okay, we do have other reports that we need to attend to also, and legislations on these cases. So if you can get to the point on your questions, we can move along. Again, Eugene. So Ms. Curley, if you would respond. Miss Curley, are you still there?
Chair Hania, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. I don't know if our presenter is still on the line. Miss Curley, are you
Can
still
you
on?
hear me now?
Okay, there you are.
Can
Okay,
you-
hold on. We do have Vice Chair Smith wishing to speak. Vice Chair Smith?
Yes, Chair Hania, I agree with what you said. We need to move forward on the, we got lots to discuss on the agenda call. I know you wanted to ask a question, so maybe you could give me the floor and you could ask a question, and we'll turn the floor over to Ms. Curley.
Okay, you have the gavel, Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, NHA for the report, Shada and your staff. Chair Hania, you have the floor for your question.
Vice Chair Smith, Budget and Finance Committee, Ms. Curley, Naval Housing Authority, and your staff. Just a concern I have with the Pine Hill Housing Management Office. As there used to be a full staff there with a housing director and then staff that were there, like the clerk, accounting clerk, and I believe housing technician, maintenance staff, front office staff, and so forth. But the in the absence of a housing director, I understand there's a rotating housing director from another office that's kind of checking around and so forth. So my concern is that right now there's only one staff member that's working there from what I've been hearing. And now through the rumor mill, I've been hearing that this that you as a CEO have plans to shut down the Pine Hill Housing Management Office, and so therefore I'm hoping that's not part of your plan. And as far as to find a housing director to get the office moving again, as we have a lot of our community people that are occupying the public rental units as well as the home ownership units. And there's needs to be some new development out here, as there's always a housing need. And so, and then the concern I have is the public rental tenants that are currently living down towards the Rama area, who are occupying the prefab units. And those prefabs are all electric. And you have people on fixed income living in those units because they have no other choice but to occupy the units. And they're, from what I've been hearing, is average utility bill in the wintertime, since the whole house is electric, is an upwards of $500 to $600 a month. And so what are your plans to change those public rental units into self-contained units? Meaning, will there need be modernization to those units where they are utilizing solar to assist with energy cost? Because I believe this is something that Housing Authority needs to move forward to, is start looking at energy efficient houses and conversion of these public rental units into these type of homes where they're more energy efficient. And so I've been waiting for leadership to kind of go that route, but I haven't seen anything yet. So with that, just those are the concerns I have with the Pine Hill Housing Management Office. Rumor mill telling me that the Housing Management Office will be closed and so forth. So just my question and a concern. I'm hoping that you're taking notes on this. Vice Chair Smith, thank you.
Chair Hania for asking that question. I'll turn the floor over back to Mr. Curley on the questions that were posed by the council. You have the floor, Ms. Curley.
Yeah, it's Councilman Smith. To answer Councilman Begay's questions, yes, we are having a meeting with you tomorrow, and all the items that you all the items that you did talk about, we can be able to.
Hello?
Are you there? Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, Shatilla Raymond Smith for,
Chair Hinio, it sounds like her call is dropping.
Miss
okay.
Curley,
Chairman
yes.
Hinio, can you hear me? We're having problems with our phone. It keeps dropping because of the network congestion.
Okay, do what you can to respond to the questions that were posed right now, and then because of the technical difficulties, anybody that wishes to speak again can just contact you directly at your email address that has been provided to us, and after that we'll call for the question. So, Ms. Curley, if you would.
Thank you, Chairman Hinio, and to my Silla, Councilman Smith. To answer the questions for Councilman Begay out of Delcon, yes, our meeting is tomorrow, and you did talk about the Winslow Tract piece of land. That basically will need to be put into status if we are trust status in order for us to build on it. So we can talk about that tomorrow as well. I will have my executive team there for you so that you can answer or ask all the questions you need in regards to the 700 acre that you have and also the Winslow Tract. As far as the infrastructure of Delcon and in your areas, I do know that Greasewood has there is a project on the table to increase the lagoons there, the sewer systems. And if there are other areas in your community that need upgrades in their lagoons, you can be able to tell the project manager tomorrow, so see what we can do to get those done for you. But as far as the leadership meeting, I am with you on that. I would love to have a leadership meeting with BNF and any other committee that would like to have NHA come into their committees to give a report or even just to ask questions with NHA. I welcome that. Again, I just want to say that we are open, we're transparent. We want everyone to know the new things that are happening with NHA, and we do want to include the Navajo Nation Council into our meetings as well. Like I had explained earlier at the RDC meeting, NHA has what we call a Chiefs meeting, where the executive team gets together and we talk about all our projects and all the things that are happening within NHA nationwide, Navajo nationwide, on Tuesday mornings beginning at 9 o'clock. So if any of you are available and just want to drop in, please do so. We'll be in the conference room in Fort Defiance in room 116. What are the goals for, one of our goals for this new administration also is to work with the Navajo Nation Council, the enterprises, and all the committees that we can possibly reach out to. We do need help with policy as far as the Washington office and as far as changing some of the laws within the Navajo Nation Code in order for us to really progress forward to help NHA build more homes, and so that we don't have what other council delegate members have been asking about, the red tape. There is a lot of red tape in regards to building homes on the reservation or within Navajo land, and we would like to address those and try to get those fixed so that we can be able to build more homes and be able to bring investors in to accomplish our goals. Councilman thank you, Shache, for your questions and for the things that you were asking about your community. If you don't mind, I would like to defer those questions to Aniva Yazi, and she's the one that was here at NHA when they did the planning in Chinle, and she would be able to give you a better overview of what's happening with there and how we're going to revive those plans. Before I turn it over to her, Chairman Hino, I wanted to say, to answer your question about Pine Hill Management Office, one of the things that I've been telling my staff here in NHA is, the gossip mill. We don't listen to any of those, and I do hope that the Navajo Nation Council does not listen to any of the Janeh that's coming out of Navajo Housing Authority, simply because if there is a question, if there is any questionable things that are going on that you hear about NHA, I would invite you to call me, and I will answer those questions for you. As far as Janeh and gossip that goes out, I really don't listen to them, but there are times that they do filter into our organization, but I do invite you to call me so that we can be able to talk about the Janeh out there. As far as the Pine Hill Management Office, we are not closing any of the management office, and Pine Hill is not going to be closed. That to remain open. Right now, the Human Resources is working to fill those positions in Pine Hill. However, there are no applicants from Pine Hill, so if you can get the word out in your area, Chairman Hino, that we are looking for people to fill those positions in Pine Hill, and they can contact Ms. Bitsui here at HR, and she can help them through the process of getting hired on. As far as housing units and the prefab units that your constituents are living in on a fixed income, it's unfortunate that we can't really do anything with those housing units according to the construction and development section. NTUA doesn't allow NHA to convert any of the homes to solar or sustainable energy assistance. They don't want us to convert, or they won't allow us to convert to solar systems for some of these homes that are all electric and that need help with that the tenants need help with electrical bills. But if you do have some tenants within your community that have a lot of overdue bills in electricity or utility, I invite them to come to get onto our website or to go to the housing office and be able to apply for the ERAP assistance so that we can get them caught up to date. Once we get them caught up to date, we can be able to help them pay for 3 months in advance, and then in September we may be able to do it 15 months in advance. It just depends on how much, how often they want to apply for that. So those are my questions, and as far as the questions for Councilman So, I'm going to turn it over to Aniva J. Yazi if that's sufficient. Thank you.
Madam CEO, Ado, Honorable Chair, and honorable members of the B&F Committee, Nana. And so to Delegate Eugene Stowe's questions, and I didn't kid years back, housing needs assessment for the entire Navajo Nation. 34,100 homes is needed. The study indicated back in August of 2011. That was 10 years ago. So today, that needs assessment needs to be updated. Okogo, we worked to do regional master plan. Is including everybody. With right arm and left arm, knowing what's happening for all forms of development. Madam CEO is supporting that. It does come back to the master planning that you mentioned. And so all forms of development, it should really go into an integrated development plan for every community, even from a regional perspective, because not every chapter house could chapter community might need wellness center. We can do that in a feasible regional setting. So economic development of the tribal nation, community development of tribal nation, Nhido as the tribal housing entity with housing development. We can properly plan, get back to that basic planning so that we can line out what the needs are in our communities. And that does start with the topography, how to properly set up drainage systems so we're not in floodplains anymore. Unfortunately, a lot of our communities are in floodplain situations. But what can we do to work together to cost share, perhaps doing some mitigation measures so our families aren't impacted by flood runs every so often? Number one. Number two, is the utility systems. We need electric and power for health and safety issues for a lot of our people. And then, especially now in light of COVID, the pandemic, which we don't know how it will go, how soon that will go away, if ever. So that becomes real critical, and the infrastructure bill that's forthcoming really necessitates, I think, for us as a people, with all our leadership, to plan together effectively. Of course, that will really help us really address all our utility needs. We need to package that and in collaboration with all the entities that touch any form of development for our people at the community level. This is all our infrastructure, from roadways, internet connectivity, to gas, water, sewer, power. With regard to all of these aspects of funding, this administration under Madam CEO's direction and vision is really partnering, reactivating those partnerships with USDA, all the federal agencies. They have funds for rural development, rural utility services. U.S. Veterans Administration, we're already in talks with the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. So there are programs too under VA that we can partner through an updated MOU with the Navajo Nation leadership. The direct home loan program. If NHA builds homes, we can reimburse you, so we can leverage that ability to provide homes for our qualified veterans. So we will assist them directly. We currently have a Veterans Housing Assistance Program. What can we do to work together to streamline that, and so that we're not duplicating too with what Veterans Administration is trying to do? We are assisting them too, and listening and having these conversations with the administration of the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. The Department of Housing and Urban Development, some areas of funding they offer has not even been tapped into, and that's the Section 184 that Ms. Curley mentioned earlier. They are guaranteed mortgage loans, where you need to have good credit and you need to have ability to put on down payment. But one aspect of that program can allow the housing entities, that NHA, to be the single borrower on every mortgage note. So we can get the funds on the front end based on NHA's credit and ability for down payments on each of these loans. And on the back side, assist our families that are able to provide those mortgage payments. HUD also has a program called Title VI Loan Guarantee Program, where we can look at 5 times what we get in NAHASDA allocation every year and utilize that to build housing or do whatever we deem needed for helping all our housing services needs for our people. So Nana, there's going to be these partnerships now that we're going to actively engage that just was not there not being utilized as well in the past. Treasury, U.S. Treasury Department, we mentioned the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. We need to spend those dollars, and I know there's going to be outreach to all the metro cities across this nation too, for a lot of our Navajos that are living in urban centers at this point, to help with rent payments, utility payments. Low-income housing tax credits, that's another area of investors outside of the nation that can come in to help us look at workforce housing and all the other special types of housing that we need for our people. Okoko, hopefully it is getting back to proper planning. Denenigi, Ashanant, Honorable, so Council Delegates, so Hajoshin, so we would like to meet with everyone and talking about before you exit, Hajo plan and really start building some homes in a shorter amount of time so that you can tangibly see this happening and really validate that there's a new approach to addressing housing. So hopefully we've answered that, and if not, then of course we can get into the details of each of your communities, because we do have the planning tools class, floodplain delineations we can do for the community. Hajol, the main looking at your land use plans, which is what we had done previously for every community, 110 chapters, IDA, back when, but it's never been looked at and actually utilized. All the other leadership of our tribal nation. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Shinki Alam, Ms. Aniva Yasi. Good to hear from you again. And so with that, Shinadal Budget and Finance Committee, Ms. Curley, thank you for your responses to the questions too also. And just for your information, NTUA does not take care of REMA. It's Continental Divide, and I'm sure you can work with Continental Divide on that portion, but I guess we need to work with NTUA on why their stance is on not converting these rental units into solar. So when we meet with them again, I'll bring this up to them, why they're not allowing that to happen. So with this Budget and Finance Committee, we do need to get to several other reports plus legislations. We've been on this report for a little over 2 hours now. So if there are no questions or comments, I'd like to call for the question to accept the report, as we will have other meetings with NHA in the future also too. So if there are no further questions or comments, I'd like to call for the question to accept the report. Ramona, if you would lead us to roll call vote.
Chairman, roll call vote for accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Agree.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Honorable Amber Kennesbach Carty votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Shaky Adnan, thank you for the roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting to accept the report from Naval Housing Authority. And so with that, let's move forward. Dr. Shabala, I did see your name on the screen here. Are you still with us?
Yeah, Chairman Henio, Shadish and Rudy Shabala. I'm on the call.
Kashina Ado, Mr. Robert Allen, are you on the call also? And
Chairman Henio, myself and Robert Allen were over here at Winslow. We're gonna at the Winslow tract. We're gonna meet with RDC. So Robert, he's on his way here. That so he's in the area. I'll try to make contact with him.
Kashina, I did hear Mr. Brian Chambers on the call also. Ms. Helen Brown, are you on the call? Naval Nation Auditor General's office.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Yes, this is Helen Brown. I'm on the call. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Carl Slater, are you on the call? Vice Chair Carl Slater? Okay, with this, we do have Dr. Shabala on the call with us. So with this, Dr. Shabala, Saley Wheatfields Agriculture Project Oversight. If you would give us an update as far as one is a designee of project manager from Division of Natural Resources, and then also the grant agreement. Then we'll talk about the audit with Ms. Helen Brown. So Dr. Shabala, you have the floor.
Thank you very, very much, Shanantai, Chairman Jamie Hino, Otto, Shanantai, Vice Chairman Raymond Smith Jr., Otto Bishbasa, and Budget and Finance Committee, Sinigi, Anna Fayate, Shea, Rudy Arshabala, Yinsiedo, the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources, Elijah Tasata, our principal attorney, Robert Allen, Division of Natural Resources. The Onat Atnahashnet Nate Oteshnishienta Ado Oteshnishigo that very first day and in Binigo inauguration by State. Ado that very afternoon, Division of Natural Resources out of building Yado Deshnishno Ado they quite in the office Doshatoni. I call Ashkile Yah that afternoon. They say he lead that Wheatfields that Ado a check bail sauce. And it was a significant amount peso bail sauce. The net water users non-profit organization a yasata Aaron Bigay. I call a late say Lee Wheatfields ad a tasata. Be Ecuador Teljinson Nildo Tolani Lake ad a BC Naga. I call Hotabahasasi. I call a what's ado a peso bait. I call a 23rd administration Russell Vigay that's a done that or ita bishbasa and ita she based on this dag land a base about it ado on the late quarter shipwreck the other peso out of the third one 8 Saley Wheatfields 8 the water users it is about it for agricultural development. Saley Wheatfields 8 dark at all then go a dozen sto a banana shit a yilla. What's that what this is? This is at bars and it became angel hashne. Dollars ado a son's account that's a don that Deputy Division Director A Vanjie Curley Thomas Jolia. She's the administrator from Division of Natural Resources for this funding that was allocated to the net water users at Saley Wheatfields. I called what they used we got a call a speaker's office that yet Hakoshadoni. It's the first time I'd ever been over there. Aaron Bigay, speaker's office. Net the Nele higher daily and a peso ya halia in bien da silchin de peso ya needs a yija hadoni. A she peso embezzle Elia hadoni. A cola a letter A had the D least abati need to call a letter E la what ya holds ne. A call a salau I don't each it a yield I don't detail for a separate violation issue I don't while yes a dollar eight and peso ye job without neediki. A coho a kutza I don't that Navajo Nation Salaj Ajabelia in a call a white collar crime unit a Ajaba Nilia a call ein dilka a call ado do o quasas kidne a call do it's a go do hot no ACD the cousin tani translate as a benina a hashihot open at the shk called Robert Allen a white collar crime unit sauce ajit and a indil ka ko alka the has also link a call adosta anni based on dehigi nachayeta a decreasing enhanced retirement which offer Italia a deputy division director Vanji Curly Thomas needs aunt retire a yila a call actually how wanted to a call ado do a rinket beta husband a whole nitiki do a hot idiki a call da quite hot she is the set April, May, June. A delegate Carl Slater ila nich ila a peso haja no haja peso dot asno no what da a Taylor Wheatfield's chapter farm board dash en peso a peso on the agi en shin hasalad on peso agi en Nishinan Shitati Linsado, a Besogi, Bikiti Kato, Nishiniya adult Fastano. A co a hoto need such a peso nest e, the sheet up in Nation Ado, the caution Abbe has only big a coco. A coco, a hotatini, a co Ado Stan what this is, Ado on the a banahashna a Carl delegate Carl Slater yina atis kid hajna a coshin so a don shini like a saladans Division of Natural Resources white collar crime unit a basalana and so what aban saskis ado the quidashini his illa according to Robert Allen a we have to designate somebody within DNR to administer these funds to become the entity that these funds will go through towards Taylor Wheatfield's chapter. And so the funding that was allocated to Mini Farms chapter and the funding that was allocated to Shiprock Chapter A, the Division of Natural Resources is Water Resources Department. A Najim Tariq, he administers that funding. Ajico in Janago Losto, in Janago Peso, Charles Ido Peso, a Nas Nido Nanishpe Italia. A call a badadot after ni a call last week or 2 weeks I left the instructions not the kid who DNR is going to administer these funds. So a select Isla Najim Tariq a call a aja a peso a basalado list a call a that's up to Arabit Banda Seed in Tariq. Tariq Abadi the full name of Nichida. He's also going to be here at the Winslow Tract, Tariq, this afternoon. Jason John, Ada Isa Ashti Dak in the 484 acres portion of the Winslow Tract a begidatil ni a tlahwag a delieto tlahwag an hit the nilt into the an shinhan the yisnito leskat the other day back about hot sun the tlahta hekesa na kishe na dindoba asa peso shato ni asa iltusako ako na kinasnio dis dindoba na kishas ba ako do chonta alislitlo ako di kaitlok edilieto leharo. We have made a relationship with Assist International, Dalia, and they help third world countries all over the world with water development and agricultural development. And so today RDC quite 2 o'clock tour that the Listano. Of course, she got the questions as this is the I call Robert Allen. She had it Gasto. I'm not sure. I was just going to text him before you called me on. So, for right now, that concern a bank is what they snit up and she's now snit up a share.
Kishina, Kianas, Dr. Shabala, Ado with the report you gave. Although with that, Robert Allen's still on his wage, and so let's go to the audit. Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Brown, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. This is Helen Brown with the Auditor General's office. We were on the agenda at the prior meeting, so what I did at the time was I submitted a written report to the committee to provide an overview of this project in terms of the work that we did from the Office of the Auditor General, and to just kind of update the committee on what we've done. So hopefully everybody got a chance to see my written report, and I can just kind of go through some of the main points of that. Along with my written report, I also attached the memo that was sent to the prior Auditor General, Ms. Elizabeth Begay, from the Speaker Damon, who was the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee at the time, and this was back in August 2018. So we went off of that memo, and basically that memo asked us to do some research. So we considered it more of a fact-finding assignment. Ms. Begay had assigned me to work on this at that time when I was the principal auditor, and so there was a couple of questions and some areas that the speaker at the time, or the committee at the time, wanted us to get some information on and bring that before the committee. So that's what we did. So for that reason, in my report, I said that this was not actually an audit. This was just a consulting service that we provided for the Budget and Finance Committee at the time, is for us to go out there and get some more information in some of these specific areas with regards to the project. And so based on all the information that we compile, then we issued our report to the committee. And I believe we issued this back at the end of December 2018. And I was given an opportunity to present that report before the Budget and Finance Committee. And the report itself does bring up a variety of issues with the project. And with that, we also provided some recommendations on what the committee should consider with regards to the project. We also directed the report also to the actual project management, as well as the board itself, and that's the Taylor Wheatfields Black Rock Danielle Water Users Association. That's the group that is actually overseeing this project at Taylor Wheatfields. And so we addressed the report and made recommendations to them on how to address some of those issues and how to just basically make improvements for more accountability with the project, not only from a financial standpoint, but from project management and what was expected in terms of deliverables with the project. Thereafter, when I presented the report to BNF, and this is Ms. Begay and I had left it to the discretion of BNF at the time, And we said, we'll leave it up to the committee if they feel there should be a cap that is going to be required by this Water Users Association to address the issues that we identified as part of our fact-finding research. But we never got any formal direction from BNF. We just presented the report, it was accepted, and that was it. But there was still ongoing issues and concerns that were being brought up by Ms. Vanjie Thomas with DNR. And then, of course, the Water Users Association in turn were expressing their concerns about the delay and the release of funding for the project. So we were still involved. So back in January 2020, we did have some initial meetings with the board and its management, Mr. Aaron Begay that was mentioned, and also the grant writer, Elvira Litson. Those are the two individuals that I work with closely, mostly with Ms. Litson. And so we had some meetings back in January 2020, also in February 2020. And that also included some of the chapter staff, Taylor Wheatfield staff, officials. It also included some of the farm board members. Of course, Vanjie Thomas was involved as part of DNR. And then, of course, people from OMB, and then even the controller's office. And some of the things that we talked about was the reporting format that was being required by Natural Resources by Ms. Vanjie Thomas. And of course, the untimely disbursements to the Water Users Association for the project. The big issue was the budget 2, the budget form 2, as well as the performance measures. There was just it seemed like a disconnect between DNR and the project in terms of what was expected with regards to performance reporting. And then we also discussed maybe amending the MOA, and then of course the status of the investigation that was just mentioned by Dr. Shabala with regards to embezzlement of funds. And so there was also another meeting back in March 2021. I was not involved in that meeting, but I understand there was some meeting to discuss mainly the reporting and as well as maybe amending the MOA. So I really can't speak to that meeting, but I know that there was a meeting at that time. So back in January 23rd, 2020 meeting, the Water Users Association did have a consultant with them on that day, and they presented a draft. He prepared a draft cap that was submitted to our office. I reviewed it. I did have some initial comments, but it was really more in a narrative format. So I came back and I told the board and management that the cap would be presented in a different template. So I shared that with them. And so that was what they worked on. And then in February 2020, that's where they submitted a sample portion. They said, okay, we changed our narrative. We put it in this chart format. What do you think? Take a look at it. That was back in February 2020. At the end of that month, I was invited to a meeting at the chapter because there was supposed to have been some kind of work session training between Vanjie Thomas as well as the group regarding the reporting format to clarify what she wanted, and then that way the Water Users Association can meet those expectations. However, when I got to the chapter, she called and had to cancel that meeting. So we ended up spending that meeting going over their draft cap, and then I just gave them some more recommendations, some more feedback. They submitted a full revised cap back in March 2020 before I could get to a chance to review that and provide any recommendations. Of course, the Navajo Nation shut down because of COVID. And so nothing was really addressed with that again until May 2021, which is when the Water Users Association contacted me and asked me if I had any feedback. Because they were going to be having some meetings going forward. And so I provided some feedback at the end of May 2021. And so I followed up with the Water Users Association again, mainly with Elvira Litson as of last month. And she said they have not addressed the cap since then. And so that was it. So that's really an overview of what we've done with this project. Even though Budget and Finance did not provide us formal direction or a formal request that they wanted a cap for this research report that we gave him, the fact-finding report that we gave him. I did state in my report that it would be good business practice, a good best practice for the board of the Water Users Association to require its management to develop a corrective action plan to address what we found with the project, and then hold management responsible for implementing that cap. So you have to keep in mind that the Water Users Association is an entity separate from the nation. They consider themselves like a nonprofit entity. And my jurisdiction, or our jurisdiction as the Internal Audit Department, is limited. We can't go in there and audit the Water Users Association. We only did this work because of the MOA that's currently in place between the Navajo Nation and that Water Users Association, and then the funding that's involved as part of that MOA. So that's how we were able to go in there and get the information that was requested by the Budget and Finance Committee back at that time in 2018. And so hopefully that provides clarification for the committee. I do believe a corrective action plan is still a good idea. I'm hoping that the Water Users Association board itself will require its management to have something in place just as part of good business practice, and hopefully to provide more accountability back to the Navajo Nation as we provided all of the funding for this project going forward, and hopefully for the project to be successful. So that's really an overview of the review, the report that we submitted to the committee. I'm open for any questions, but that will be my presentation, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brown, for your report to the committee. We have Mr. Brian Chambers Curley on the line here. Do you have anything to add from Department of Justice?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. I can add to what has been said so far. So I have a short report from DOJ's, what DOJ is aware of in terms of the project, and I also have a couple of considerations for Budget and Finance Committee, as well as some comments and the position of the Staley Wheatfields Farm Board. So just to kind of tie together what has already been said, the project came about as part of CAP 19-16, the 5-year expenditure plan, I believe, for the that's what created the project itself. And the part of that, what was determined by, I believe it was DOJ, the attorney that worked on it, was to create an MOA, a memorandum of agreement between the parties that would be undertaking the project, the Staley Wheatfields Ag Project. That MOA is what potentially created an issue because it didn't say anything as to how the funds would be governed or monitored. So as a result of the failure of that MOA to establish an adequate system to oversee the funds, what was agreed in the meetings that were mentioned throughout 2020 and I believe the beginning of this year, or 2021 is the last time we had a meeting about this. What was determined there was to establish a grant agreement so that the funds could be monitored adequately, so no misuse would occur going forward with the project. So that's just to add and tie together what was already said. As for the grant agreement, the Budget and Finance Committee issued a directive to DOJ to modify the grant agreement with language to prevent further misuse of the funds. DOJ began to review the standard agreement, which is created by OMB as part of the Budget Instruction Manual. So there's a process for grant agreements and how they're entered into. That's all described in the Budget Instruction Manual. So DOJ reviewed it and determined the standard grant agreement language was sufficient to prevent any further misuse. However, that's with some caution. Because the grant agreement it's created in a way to require the grantee to use their own funds and then apply for reimbursement, which is the mechanism that would prevent any misuse, because if you misuse it, you wouldn't be able to get the money back. So that's the main principle that's at play with the grant agreement, that would lend itself to preventing any misuse. So I did go ahead and reach out to Jason John with the Department of Water Resources, who's been assigned this project. I still need to discuss the provisions of the grant agreement going forward with Jason John before the grant agreement is ready. There usually is a process for grant agreements to follow, which generally starts with an application for grant funds. But since we're starting in the middle of a project, we're going to have to work closely with Department of Water Resources to determine exactly how this grant agreement is going to work in light of there being already a process, but this particular project starting after funds have already been dispersed, or initial funds. So I did inform Delegate Slater that it might be a good idea for the Naval Water Users Association to look at the grant application procedures and possibly fill out an application in the event we need that to be on file. The budget instruction and manual, as I said earlier, contains the process for that grant agreement, the procedures that are generally undertaken when creating a grant agreement, a new grant agreement. So the considerations that I had mentioned earlier for BFC to keep in mind with this project going forward. DOJ being under directive to work on the grant agreement so that no misuse of the funds occurs going forward. I would raise a few concerns with the Department of Water Resources as we're working on that, just to make sure that that language is incorporated so there's no misuse of any funds. So the Department of Water Resources is going to be overseeing the grant agreement. I've raised some of these concerns with, DNR and the Saley Wheatfields Farm Board have raised a lot of these issues in discussions that I've had with them and emails that we've exchanged. And so the first major concern being whether the Naval Water Users Association has the ability to carry out the project, whether they have money in particular. At the last meeting, the Naval Water Users reported that they had no money to operate, essentially, and some of them were even operating on a volunteer basis. So that would be a cause of concern initially, because the grantee under the grant agreement would actually need to spend their own money and then apply for reimbursement. So in this case, as this is the case, we don't know if that is going to be plausible for the Naval Water Users Association. That's a concern that I'd like to raise at this point. The second concern is the Naval Water Users have reportedly not submitted regular reports and budgets and summaries as necessary. This was sort of mentioned earlier. Both DNR and the Farm Board reportedly have reported difficulties in working with the Naval Water Users in order to obtain information in order for the project to progress. So that's a separate issue that can maybe be resolved by working on the MOU, which governs the actual administration and, I guess, communication between the Naval Water Users and the Farm Board. That's a separate issue that I would need to work with and will work with the Farm Board on going forward. So that's separate from the grant agreement. That shouldn't hold that up. So originally, the Naval Water Users were supposed to be an ancillary to farm boards to create a system for fee collection. That's initially what RDC created these Water Users Associations for, with the intention of. In some instances, it's been effective. In others, I haven't seen it work out. So that would be something to keep in mind for this project. It's also DOJ's understanding that the Saley Wheatfields, the Naval Water Users, is currently not in good standing with the Navigation Business Regulatory Department. It's since last checked back in 2022, January, at the beginning of the year, January 12th, it's failed to file its 2019, 2020, 2021 annual reports and pay the $25 fee for each of those years. So that's also something to keep in mind. The Farm Board's positions and concerns that they've raised are they want to continue to use the funds for the farmers, especially the underserved community members in Saley Wheatfields. They feel strongly that the Navajo Nation government should control the funds and not the nonprofit organization. And this might go into some sort of action plan going forward to make sure that the grant agreement takes this into consideration. I should note that the reimbursement procedures are not used. If they're not used, then the grant agreement will essentially pay out a bulk sum in the beginning, which would leave the grant agreement inadequate to prevent any misuse. So there needs to be some sort of reimbursement procedure in place for that to actually work as prevention. The Farm Board also believes that the Wheatfield Ag Project Manager should be hired through the Navajo Nation Department of Personnel Management. Farm Board would also like to get more information as to the misuse funds that was mentioned earlier. And I think because not a full audit was conducted, I don't know if we have an actual accounting of all those funds. And I think that's something we need to determine going forward. I will be working with the Department of Water Resources to make sure that's information we figure out. The Farm Board also of the opinion that the net water users is operating the Navajo Nation is questionable, considering they're not in compliance with the Navajo Nation Business Regulatory Department, and they want to raise that as a concern. That's all I have right now for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, for your report. Okay, with this, we have heard from Dr. Shabala from the Navajo Nation Auditor General's Office and Department of Justice. So I believe Mr. Jason John is not available. I did see a response to the email that he's on the road right now. And so let's go to the questions. Is there a motion to accept the report? Is there a motion to accept the report?
Vice Chair Smith will motion.
Vice Chair Smith, motion to accept the report. Second by is there a second?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Okay, second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. We do have a motion and second. Who's open for discussion? I believe I heard Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Are you still on the line with us? You don't have a question? You don't have a question? I'm open for questions.
I have a question for Mr. Shabella. This is Elmer. I want to know that I think I'm on tour with the RDC, and then I have Tarek here. We're meeting, so I'm not sure where he's exactly the location that they can be meeting.
You can follow us unless you want to jump in with us.
Thank you.
Elmer P. Begay. Are you still on the line? Is there any further questions, comments?
Chair Henya, I got a question. Vice Chair Smith.
Hey, Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shananda, and the Budget Finance Committee members and those that are listening, and also Division of Natural Resource staff. Division Director Dr. Shabala. This is very, very disturbing news, or disturbing old news. And my question is, since water resources will be designated as the stewards of this money, and before it was to the Water Users Association, I think it's called, do we have to amend that legislation to identify who's going to be the lead on this? Because at that point in time, it was for Saline Water Wheat Fields Ag Project, and now we're going to be giving it to the Navajo Nation as the oversight for the funding. So that's my first question. Is that what we need to do in order to be in order for that to be transferred over to responsibilities and duties? Because everything was probably in the legislation for the do's and don'ts. And yes, we did put a little more parameters on there so no funding would be misused. And in that legislation, if I'm correct, it probably needs to be amended to reflect that the Navajo Nation would be in charge of that. And then there should be a time frame on that regarding the use of this funding. Because you well know COVID-19 has really put an impact for production, getting together, meeting on certain things, and even supplies and demand. It's hard. There's a backlog of certain things that Gallup doesn't have. And if that's the case, then that's and Chair Henio, I heard too that this was referred to white collar. How far is white collar on this, and are we going to get reverted? Not reverted, but are we going to get the funding back that was supposedly embezzled or fraudulently used or misappropriated, however it was determined? And those are my two questions for now, Chair Henio. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, I believe, as we had heard in the past reports, that the case has been adjudicated and has been settled. I might be, maybe I'm wrong, but maybe Mr. Brian Curley Chamber might be able to answer that for us. And also maybe your first question too, so the Nation Department of Justice.
So hello, this is Brian. So as far as I understand, the case has been resolved. I'm not 100% on that. However, I did intend to reach out and figure out what's the status of that case. But as I understand as well, the insurance that covers this project has paid that amount back, and that's sort of the determination you need to make, is whether or not that was paid in full, get an accurate accounting of that. And so I will need to follow up on that specific issue.
Hi, Tarek. Hi, Robert. Where are you guys?
Hey, thank you, Brian, for your response. Dr. Shabala, there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there was a question from Vice Chairman Smith. I give you the floor to respond to his question.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman Henio. The answer to Delegate Elmer Begay is I'm here at Winslow Tract, I think, and Tarek, and I might be at the wrong location, so I was heading back into town, and I just now got a call from Robert Allen that he's with Tarek, so I think I'm at the wrong location. As for the second part, Vice Chairman Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. I think that's a question that if it's going to be reallocated to, well, as far as the Division of Natural Resources administering the funding, the way I see it is if it's water resources that does the administering, it's still within DNR. The no water users, a bijit bakande, auto kadeya, nana sakoko, ajgo beso, and dekoko, eshi do shashalada shananda, eshin shidat, auto, ni tesket hijahadzi, eshi hidanchik akoko, o hutaban test case right now, shananda. Thank you.
Dr. Shabala, for your response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions? Not hearing any. So that we could call for the question to accept the report. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman Henry, roll call vote for accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Jimmy Yellow Hair is excused. Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Gay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Gay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 2 members voting in the affirmative. I'm sorry, 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Okay, yeah, thank you, Ramona, for the roll call vote. We still have a 2 pass on accepting the report. Yeah, Dr. Shala, Ms. Helen Brown, and Mr. Brian Curley Chambers for your reports. And we'll move forward to the next item on our agenda. Vote was 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Next item on our agenda under reports is update from the Office of the Controller. Ms. Elizabeth Begay, Madam Controller, are you on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I'm on the line.
You have the floor. Give me your report.
Okay, thank you. Budget and Finance Committee. I was reporting the special duty and hazard duty pay the last meeting, and I was on page 3 of the 4-page report that was submitted to the committee. So I'll just continue where I left off. So that's on page 3 of the report, the results of our compilation of special duty and hazard duty pay. There are several tables that we presented on that report. On table 1, it shows the breakdown of this approximately 17.2 million extra compensation that were given by the 3 branch government, executive, legislative, and judicial for special duty and hazard duty pay to their employees. So the breakdown of the extra compensation, the payment type, special duty, $12,750,192, and hazard duty pay, $4,435,543. Special duty represented 74% of the 17.2 million, and hazard duty represented 26%. The next table, Table 2, lists the sources of funds that were used to cover the special duty and hazard duty pay. So the fund type, the CARES Act fund, paid 1.6 million. The K accounts, external grants, paid 9.6 million. The N business units considered the contracts, $21,259, and other funds, including general funds, paid out approximately 6 million for a total of 17.2 million approximately. And Table 3 shows the breakdown of the special duty pay between exempt and non-exempt employees. For exempt employees, they receive 3.2 million, and for non-exempt, 9.6 million. So the exempt represent 25% of the total $12,750,192. And for the non-exempt, they receive 75% of the $12,750,000. Table 4 shows the breakdown of the hazard duty pay between exempt and non-exempt employees. So for the exempt, $843,409, that represents 19% of the hazard duty pay of 4.4 million. And the non-exempt employees receive approximately 3.6 million. And that represents 81% of the hazard duty pay of 4.4 million. The next page of the report, the amount paid to individual employees for special duty pay ranges from less than 1,000 to as high as $22,789 for an exempt employee and $31,248 for a non-exempt employee. And Table 5 lists the special duty pay amount range and the respective number of exempt and non-exempt employees that were paid within the specified range. So for the special duty pay, there's 5 exempt employees that receive from $20,000 to as high as $31,248. And for non-exempt employees, there's 6 employees that receive between the range of $20,000 to as high as $31,248. So the next range, which is $15,000 to $19,999, 10 exempt employees receive that amount, and 18 non-exempt employees receive that amount. The next range, between $10,000 to $14,999, 22 exempt employees receive that range of amount, and 171 employees receive that range of amount. The next range is between $5,000 and $9,999. 138 exempt employees receive that range, and 485 non-exempt employees receive that range. And between the range of $1,000 and $4,999. 641 exempt employees received that range, and 1,317 non-exempt employees received that amount range. And the last range is less than $1,000. 141 exempt employees received that amount, and non-exempt total to 705 that received less than 1,000 for special duty pay. And the last table, the amount paid for hazard duty ranges from less than 1,000 to as high as $8,282 for an exempt employee, and $10,953 for non-exempt employee. So table 6 shows the range between $10,000 and $10,953. No exempt employee received that amount, but 2 non-exempt employees received that. Amount range between $5,000 and $9,999. 5 exempt employees received that range, and 131 non-exempt employees received that range. In the amount range of $1,000 to $4,999, 423 exempt employees received that range, and 1,054 non-exempt employees received that range. In the last amount less than $1,000, 121 exempt employees received that amount, and 516 non-exempt employees received that amount less than 1,000 for hazard duty pay. Overall, our compilation noted certain special duty and hazard duty pay that were deemed excessive. Therefore, we referred our report to the Office of the Auditor General for further review and verification. So that's the report for the special duty and hazard duty pay. Our next report is for the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. And this report was developed by Mr. Robert Willie, our accounting manager, general accounting, and I'll have him do the report. Go ahead, Rob.
Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Robert Willie, Accounting Manager for the Office of the Controller. I'll be reporting on the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund as of January 2022. A couple of weeks ago, when we had this meeting previously, I did send the memo and the financials and the projects out. Hopefully you have that in front of you. The memo is dated February 15, 2022. And it states that the Exhibit A has the income statement and the balance sheet as of January 31st, 2022. And this is, of course, unaudited. The unappropriated balance as of January 31st is $49,904,979,000. And you'll notice in Exhibit A, it also has the revenues and expenditures. So total revenue at the end of January was $12,769,132. An amount of $1,535,184 was expended. So the excess of revenues over the expenditures at that point in time was $11,233,948. Exhibit B will show you the projects for the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. This is mostly the first year's projects. There's a revised budget of $14,430,500. an actual amount over the years spent of $8,346,568.14. The open commitments as of January 31st in the first year of funding was $741,033.68, and the remaining budget for the first year projects is $5,342,898.18. Year two, there have been 3 projects that had been set up as of January 31st. We haven't checked it for February as of this date, but $5,400,000 was set up. An expense of $36,314.12 was expended. And so there's currently a balance of $5,363,685.88. It is of note that the first year expenditures, there are 2 business units that actually have a deficit. I'm not sure how agriculture is going to cover these. N01439, ranchers supplemental feed distribution for year 1 is overexpended by $94,762.34. And N01447, fish and wildlife, climate change drought is overdrawn by $426.51. Also attached is Exhibit C. You'll recall in FY21 that there was an allocation to the chapters of $4 million from the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund to each one of the chapters. So Exhibit C shows a breakdown of what each chapter was provided, how much was spent, and how much the budget was available. So the budget was $4 million, an amount that has been appropriated to the chapters, $832,124.10. And the remaining budget was at January 31st, $3,167,875.90. And that concludes my portion of the report. Thank you.
And that concludes our report, Mr. Chair.
Madam Controller, Ms. Begay, and staff, Mr. Robert Woolley, for their report. Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept the report?
Delegate Begay.
Motion by Shinanda, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second?
This is Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Augustine Shinanda, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. It's open for questions, comments for Ms. The Navajo Nation Office of the Controller. Is there any questions, comments?
Chair Haney, I have a question, Vice Chair Smith.
Augustine Shinanda, Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Haney, and thank you, Madam Controller, Acting Controller, and also Mr. Robert Willie. My question is on that report from Mr. Willie, Exhibit E or C. It's regarding the AIF appropriation to the chapters. You know that the chapters are saying, well, why can't we spend our money? Where is it? What's going on with it? And there's a competition for hay. Hay is hard to get. Even TNRs doesn't have the hay. So this money here has been appropriated. I see chapters, and they still have a balance of what's been appropriated. For example, there's a chapter that's in my area has been appropriated $32,688, and still they have $32,688. So I know that's not Office of Controller or Mr. Willie on behalf of getting these expended, but how does a chapter get these answers so that they can utilize it and get it spent right away? I know that the AFI is the catalyst of utilizing the funds, and as we well know, we're going into the spring and then summer months. We don't know if we're going to have abundant amounts of rain or if it's going to be a drought season. But it looks more towards being a drought, and the more we wait,
chapters are asking those sort of questions. I know that we're having our planning meetings coming up, and this would be good to present to them, and knowing what can be done for like items Exhibit C, and working with the Department of Ag on behalf of moving this along quickly. That's my question, Shananda. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, for your question. Defer back to Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Gay, staff for response.
Yes, staff. Thank you, Mr. Chair Henio. I'll defer the response to Mr. Willie. Rob, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. In response to your question about the appropriation to the chapters and the allocation, there was policies and procedures that were established in order to disperse these dollars to the chapters. And I know that community development and agriculture worked on those procedures and policies. As far as the chapters you're specifically asking for, I'd have to check with community development to see if all the documents were received over there to see how far they are with the appropriation. And we haven't done the February statement yet because February just closed yesterday. But I can reach out to DCD to see where we're at with the chapters if the committee would like also. And I could send that report too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Willie, for your response. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are no further questions or comments, I'll call for the question to accept the report.
I have a question.
Delegate Amr PBK.
Shananda, I have a question for controller. I wanted to know that I know that she brought up some reports on people that received some hazard pay. So I'm going to ask her how many employees have not received it full pay on hazard and special pay. And I believe that there's some over 10 or 15 that OMB staff have not received full pay since September 2021. Pay period ending February 2021. And I believe that there's more likely there's more than that. So I wanted to know that can you elaborate more on that? See how many the employees have not received hazard and special pay, and including the OMB. I believe the OMB staff and there's pandemic, and some of them retired. So I'm not sure if they were ever compensated for the job that they did during the pandemic. So can she do a little more, give us more report on it? Thank you.
Back to Madam Controller, Ms. Begay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Delegate Begay for that question. For employees that did not get hazard duty or special duty pay, we do not have the number. What we have compiled are those employees that receive special duty and hazard duty pay. As far as the Office of Management and Budget, they submitted their hazard duty pay, and during that time, the Office of the Controller implemented control procedures in processing the hazard duty pay wherein we required the programs to submit the certified timesheets to show evidence that the employee actually worked. And for those that did not work, we prorate the payment. So basically, we're still working with OMB on that certified timesheets to show that the employees actually work, and other justification that they need to submit to our office. And the staff receive payment, but it's not the full payment that they requested because of the additional control procedures that we implemented during the hazard duty pay. That's the answer to the question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that response. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
He's Delegate Begay.
Agashishna Dai for your follow-up.
Okay, thank you for that, Controller, Madam Controller Begay. I'm not sure if OMB is still on the line. I'm not sure if they're working on those submitting some of those paperwork for employees that are lacking some of those I guess payroll documents. Are they working on it, or are they clear with how they're gonna be coordinating this with Controller's office? That's my question. Thank you.
Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay, response.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Delegate Begay, we are working with the OMB, and it's just the accountant that worked with the hazard duty pay at that time. She transferred to a different section within OOC. So we're identifying another accountant to work on that, but we're still exchanging emails with OMB to send us the additional documentation. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that response. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Very Henry, Eugene So.
Okay, any questions from the Budget and Finance Committee?
This is Delegate Brown.
Shanada, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you have the floor.
Thank you for the report. With the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, one question. I did send out an email to Mr. Leo Watchman. By the way, he's really, really hard to get a hold of, and I usually don't get a response from him. But I sent a question a couple weeks ago to see if we can use the AIF funding for where the creek, Laguna Creek specifically, we are seeing really bad erosion where it's going into people's residential area, specifically in Denahutso where the Laguna Creek is. There are people that live right next to Laguna Wash. So I'm still waiting for a reply. I got to give my report to our people this Friday. So if I would like to tap into some of these funds with the AAF funding. Thank you. That's my question.
Kashina, thank you for that question. Any further questions, comments from the Budget and Finance Committee? Denoya, Shananta, Delegate Eugene, so you have a question?
It's, that is, tell them what the rest of the page.
Okay.
So, that's what the-
Delegate Eugene, so Shananta, are you still there?
Yeah, can you hear me? I would like to, only request, I only want to request, Chair, if you can, direct, controller to send me whatever she's reporting and from her office, and also from the, Rudy Shabala. Thank you.
Gushin Shananta, Peggy, the information that we have received for the report, Sigi, would you forward those to Hinanta, Delegate Eugene, so? Peggy?
I'm sorry, Chair, what's going on?
Delegate Eugene So is requesting for documents that as that are part of the report for today from the controller's office, from the Tele Wheatfields Ag report. And so for today's report, so he's requesting for copies of the reports so he could review them.
We sent those out about 2 weeks ago. I can
If
send
you would,
them again.
if you would send it to Shananta, Delegate Eugene, so he's requesting for that now. Shananta, the Delegate Eugene, so those will be forwarded to you, copies of the reports. With this, the Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments? Danae, I'll call for the question to accept the report. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote to accept the report.
Sure, Chairman Henyo. Roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Agree.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, chairman not voting, 1 member excused, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for the roll call vote. To accept the report, we have accepted the report. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Ms. Madam Controller, Elizabeth Gay and Mr. Rob Willie for your report. Okay, we need to item E, which is a overview of the federal budget process. Mr. Cordell Shorty, I did hear him on the call earlier. So with this, Mr. Shorty, are you still there with us?
Yes, I am, Shananta.
Kushina Biga, you have the floor to give your report.
Chairman Hinyo, Vice Chair Smith, and rest of members of the Budget and Finance Committee, and all those who are on the call, good afternoon. I sent a document that outlines the federal budget process earlier today to Peggy. I hope distributed to you. Okay, it's a 2-page document, and it's a high-level overview on federal budget process. High-level meaning just some very general information, as opposed to providing details on it. The handout, I initially prepared it for the Budget and Finance Committee meeting on February 15th. That item was deferred to today's meeting that's indicated at the top of the handout. Do you have a copy of the document I'm referring to?
Mr. Shorty, we did receive it.
Okay, good.
Just now, so
Good. Introduction. This is federal budget process. This is Roman numeral 1. Good that the committee asked for this information. I say that because a lot of what's on here is information that this office has become aware for the first time, and some of the information that could be used for budget development process for Navajo Nation. And I did quite a bit of research on federal OMB website and federal budget documents. So the outline is this an abbreviated summary version on what I was able to find. So the process starts with U.S. President's budget message that details budget requests for the coming year. And this information is usually presented a part of the President's State of the Nation addresses, which is the first Monday of every February. So EX refers to example. So the budget message for the upcoming budget, which would be FY23, should be delivered. The President's State of the Union address hasn't happened yet this year, so when it does, then that item should be in there. What the President's request should include is a recommended overall federal fiscal policy. Basically, that's the priorities, what's the federal priorities, President's priority. And the FY22 budget, the priority was the COVID, addressing issues with COVID, provided funding on that, recovery efforts, rescue efforts, and the nation did receive money regarding that. How much to spend on the public purpose? The budget really is to address the public needs throughout the country. It includes outlays or proposed expenditures, and that usually includes defense spending, agriculture related, education, health, and so forth. It also provides information on tax policy changes. Later you'll see that a part of the fund source for the federal budget is taxes. So included in his message is the policy changes on how tax revenue would be generated and those revenues used to fund the federal government. Expenditure that exceeds revenue is financed through borrowing. Yes, federal government proposed expenditure is always more than the revenue, and the difference, which is the deficit spending, is funded through borrowing. There's some information later in the overview. The Congress also develops its own budget resolution, the legislative side. And included in their budget resolution is the amount of money that they intend to expend, and what those monies will be expended on, and also plan on how funds will be developed to fund the expenditures. The federal budget policy was through Act of Congress, Public Law 93, 344, and the title of the publication is Congressional Budget Act of 1974. The policy includes framework for developing and enforcing budget resolution. And the federal budget period is defined in the policy. It starts on October 1 of the year and continues and ends to September 30 of the following year. For example, we're in FY22. It started on October 1st, 21, and to end September 30, 2022. The federal budget is an annual activity, and right now, although FY22 full-year budget hasn't been enacted yet, there's already work in progress for development of FY23 budget. The federal agency develop budget requests and submit those to federal OMB. There are 14 federal agencies: Department of Defense, Department of Education, Department of Interior, Health Human Services, Housing and Urban Development, and so forth. So each of the department compile a budget, submit that to federal OMB. Included in there, according to the Congressional Budget Act, is that the budget should also encompass anticipated outlays, expenditures for the next 5 years. So although it's on the upcoming budget, but it also forecasts expenditures for successor 5 years. When OMB receives the request from the federal agency, that's what it refers to compile a request for the president, what the president includes in the budget message and presents to Congress. The annual budget covers 3 areas. One is discretionary spending. A third of the federal budget is on discretionary spending, which includes defense, education, job training, border security, transportation, and others. Mandatory, also referred to as entitlement spending, includes 50% of the federal budget is regarding mandatory. This by law is required and includes Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, food stamps, benefits for veterans, including retirement, disability, and these are budgeted even if those items are not included in the priority by the president. Interest on debt usually is 10%. I made reference that there's deficit spending. So how the interest on the debt, the federal borrowing, how much money was borrowed, the interest, how will those interests and the debt be paid back is also included in the budget, and that consists of around 10% of the total federal budget. Below is a timetable that's included in the Congressional Budget Act, and this is the process that the Congress goes through. It starts in November. I guess that's when the president submits the initial budget for the coming year. Then it goes to the committees, different committees, in March, April, May, September, October, and with the plan to have a budget in place by fiscal year beginning on October 1st. And some of the information included in the timetable I elaborated on under the next section, explanation, clarification. And the timetable, there's reference to budget committees. And according to the Congressional Act, there's a budget committee in the House of Representatives and the Senate. So each committee develops their own budget. And then the difference in the budget is resolved in what's a conference. The House and Senate budget committees come together in conference and agree on a spending plan, and that is rolled up and to come in with what's a concurrent resolution. So the request from both committees then is rolled into concurrent resolution. And what does that include is total budget outlays, how much to be expended, and budget authority for each category and the amount of surplus. And also the level of revenues and what is all fund source for the federal budget is the taxes, income tax. This is federal income tax withholding from working Americans. It consists of around 50% of the federal budget, 49.6. Then there's other payroll taxes, which consists of around 36% of the federal budget, corporate tax, and other fees and income make up close to 8% of the budget. And also the public debt. How much debt can the government sustain for the coming year is also included in the concurrent resolution. Budget authority. This is the amount of money Congress allows federal agencies to commit to expend. Another description is estimated level of funding, and I'll provide some additional information on it as I go through the outline. Outlays. This is the amount of money that actually flows to federal treasury in a given year. An example is $50 million is appropriated for bridge, and that is the spend budget authority to the $50 million. The $50 million outlay realized maybe in 2 years. What that essentially means is construction of the bridge may not be completed in that year, but maybe go into year 2. So the outlay, $50 million outlay, the expenditure, the payout finally happens in year 2 or sometimes after year 1 of the budget. Reconciliation is another instrument used by Congress. This is a special mechanism to expedite consideration of mandatory spending. Earlier, I made reference to some of the activities that are included in the mandatory spending. If there's not a budget adopted by Congress yet, then it goes to reconciliation. Basically, Congress and the President agreeing, okay, in the absence of a full and active budget for the year, these are the mandatory activities on which funding need to be provided at this point, and that's achieved through reconciliation. The annual appropriation bill funds discretionary program. So the mandatory really is not a part of the annual appropriation bill, the discretionary program. But if there's any changes to the law on mandatory spending, then that's made a part of the appropriation bill. Appropriation by Congress signed by the President then becomes the federal budget for the government. Continuing resolution comes into play if there's no appropriation bill by Congress, and the CR is subject to signature by the President in order for that CR to be effective, and that's to provide stopgap funding, as it's called. If the President does not sign the continuing resolution, the agencies that have not received funding must shut down. An example, the latest example was a 35-day shutdown that happened in December 2020 due to the funding border wall. Trump had proposed funding for that, but Congress and the President could not agree to that. That resulted in a 35 days government shutdown. The next section is this example of the size of the federal government. For the current year, FY22, the government is on a third continuing resolution. The latest CR will end March 11th, a week from this coming Friday. So the full year budget is not available yet. FY21 budget, the total anticipated revenue was $4 trillion. And the total expenditure outlay is $6.8 million, and the result is a deficit spending of $2.7 trillion. So earlier I referenced that government borrows money to fund the government. So in this case, for FY21, $2.7 million was what the government borrowed from financial institution to provide full funding for the government for that year. For FY20, $3.4 billion revenue, expenditure 6.5 and 3.1. So looking at the expenditure, FY 2020 was 6.5 trillion. For 21 is 6.8. Off the top, the indication is the 21 budget being at a higher level is due to the CARES Act appropriation and also ARPA funding as well. The overview that I did is on the federal agency, the non-638. The next section is on the 638. This is to give an example, a comparison between the 638 and the non-638. And on the 638, the processes included in the Indian Self-Determination and the Education Assistance Act. BIA and IHS, when we went to the budget request process, the nation's position was that government-to-government relationship is premised on Treaty of 1868 between the Navajo Nation and the federal government. And the Act includes provision for the Secretary to consult the tribe and development of budget requests for submission to U.S. President and Congress. Currently, the FY24 budget request is in process while we're in FY22. And as we're aware, IHS has submitted the budget request, and we heard from Greg Mahoja that TPIC, Tribal Interior Budget Council, made a decision to not have the tribe submit budget requests for 24, but to defer that until 2025. Although the law provides that the Secretary do that, but at TIPSI level, the decision was that be deferred to next year. A part of the 638 is the money for contract support is provided. This is in addition to program funding, operation funding. An example is a contractor program receives $1 million. In addition to that, $1 million, then there's contract support cost funding provided. And the funds are made available for drawdown by the tribe based on available congressional appropriation, whereas the non-638, it's on a cost reimbursement basis. Carry over funds available expended. So on the 638, the fund that the tribes receive is available until fully expended. It does not revert unless there's an eligible cost, and that amount is paid back to the federal government. The budget request process on the 638 was used for budget decision by U.S. President and Congress. And it also serves as a purpose for the program to exist and function. For example, law enforcement 638 program, by submission of budget requests, and that indicated that the tribe wants to continue the law enforcement program and the function continue to be served. The budget request had to be justified. What's the size of the need of the tribe, and who are the beneficiaries? What is the amount of money needed? In addition to funds requested to get federal government, what other fund source is the tribe seeking? So this is in effect a comprehensive request that the tribes went through. The budget priorities is to serve policy to invest in the priorities. That there's a lot of needs, so the funds requested is narrowed down to the priority for the coming year, and also expect that produce better outcome and deliver improved services. Again, focusing on the priority, then the greatest need area is addressed, and then the client who have the service highest need, critical need are served. Seek increased funding beyond latest congressional appropriation. That's how IHS and BIA did it. Our federal government gave us $1 million. The latest budget, enacted budget. Now we're seeking a 10% increase or whatever beyond. So that was the understanding. Concentrate on creative ideas. This is the type of services function provided with the new funding. What are the new areas that the tribe want to invest in with the increased funding that is requested? protect priority areas from budget cuts. Yes, there's budget cuts that happen by going on record as the priority areas. That was a way of shielding those programs from budget cut. And it serve as a one-to-one government relationship from the tribes to the federal government. In closing, just some numbers to show how the nation is involved in the budget request activities or funding from the federal government. You will recall I presented a report to you on January 19 of this year. It was a report on awards with balances as of December 16. There was a separate report for federal and state funding, which showed 390 awards for a total award of $876 million. Some of the programs listed in that report that operate with federal funding is ICDBG, OSERS, Head Start, EPA, Food Distribution, WIC, Behavioral Health, Deltex, Workforce, Child Support Services, AML, TANF, LIHEAP, CSBG, Transit, and Transportation. All of those are a federal funded program, non-638. Then there are 638 BIA. The report showed that award around $1 billion still have balances. On the 638, there were 13 contracts still had balances, total award of $840 million. And then there's the CARES Act funding and the ARPA funding. Those are all a form of funding from the federal government. And the money that the nation receives is through agreements on the award grant agreement signed by a president. In case award is to judicial, then it's signed by Chief Justice. And what needs to be done here at the home front of the nation so those funding serve its purpose is achieve purpose of the award and funds fully expended within the budget period. All federal funding is on the 1-year budget period with the 638, and it allows for carryover, but the non-638, in some cases, the unexpended money are carried over. In other cases, it lapses, it reverts to the government. These awards need to be monitored to ensure the purpose is served and funds expended. Submission of report need to be done when the agreement ends, then these need to be closed out. That the award closed out their contracts where a lot of time that doesn't always happen on time. So this is where the division directors come in to ensure that is done. So that's an overview on the federal budget process, not the non-638, so 638, and additional information on the federal funding that the Naval Nation receive. And this an added information is audit. The nation is audited on an annual basis. It's the federal awards that is subject to audit, and this is pursuant to what's called uniform guidance. Used to be cost principle, a federal financial document publication. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that's an overview of the handout that I've compiled.
Thank you, Mr. Shorty, for the report. And so with that, Committee, Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept the report?
Vice Chair Smith motions.
Motion, Vice Chair Smith, to accept the report. Is there a second? And motion by Vice Chair Smith to accept the report. Is there a second? Second going once. Motion by Vice Chair Smith to accept the report. Is there a second going twice? Is there a second Motion by Vice Chair Smith to accept the report. Is there a second? Going 3 times.
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Brown, I'll second.
Okay, second by Shenandoah, Delegate Amber Kinas-Makrati. So we do have a motion and a second to accept the report from Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Cordell Shorty. The floor is open for questions, comments. I'm not hearing any. And again, Mr. Shorty for that detail. Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio. It's just not a question. It's just a request. I know that we're pressed for time and we've been doing a lot of reports, but I just want to thank Shenandoah, Mr. Cordell Shorty for going over this and enlighten us on the process of this budget. I'd just like to request from Mr. Cordell Shorty to maybe go to his office if he's available and kind of go over some questions that I have and get a highlight of what's all happening with this federal budget and his report. I know that we got to move on, so I just want to request that from Shenandoah. Maybe sometime this week, maybe a Friday towards the afternoon after lunch or something. Would that be feasible?
Mr. Shorty?
Oh, yes, definitely. Oh, I'll be here the rest of the week, so time and date that works for you, I'll be here, Vice Chair Smith.
Kashina Akana, Mr. Shorty for that response. Vice Chair Smith, you good with that?
Oh, okay, Shenandoah, Mr. Cordell Shorty. Friday, should be around about 1 p.m.
Sure, yeah.
Kashina, any further questions, comments? Shenandoah, Budget and Finance Committee? Tanoia, I'll call for the question to accept the report. Again, thank you, Mr. Shorty, for your report. And Ramona, if you would lead us roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman Henio, roll call vote for accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
3.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair is excused. Honorable Amber Kinas-Makrati, how do you vote?
Shada District Delegate Crotty, vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kinas-Makrati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable
Delegate Brown votes green.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Kashina, thank you. Kadlon for your roll call vote. Mr. Shorty, report receives a due pass from the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you. Vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With this, we'll move forward to the next item on our agenda. Mr. Dominic Vial, are you on the call with us?
Chair Henio.
Yes.
This is Peggy. Mr. Bial had an emergency. He left at noon. So he requested to move the report to the 15th of February.
Kushina, thank you for that information. So we'll just defer this report to the next committee meeting on March 15th. March 15th. Okay, let's move to item G, Labor Commission. Legislative concern, Mr. Anselm Butsui, Director for Naval Nation Labor Commission. Are you on the call? I did see him earlier. Mr. Bitsui, are you still on the call with us?
Hello.
Yate.
Oh, Yate. This is Raymond at City. I'm an attorney signed to Labor Commission. I'm speaking now because I think everybody is trying to get unmuted. I believe we do have some Labor Commission members. We have the Executive Director, Mr. Bitsui. He may be coming on, but I'd just like to tell the committee I helped prepare for them. I think he's on right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Chairman
Bitsui.
Henio.
Mr. Bitsui, yate.
Oh, yeah, that's not I.
Okay.
I'm here, finally unmuted. Jeff is in this show though. I've been the case, I've been to the case.
Na kidinchip pala de adanda.
Oh.
On this. Abiga kat reporting khani chenle for your listening facility.
Okay, I'm ready. Yeah, that's not I. Do shike. That is not I. Do not I. That is not I. Do here called nakadasado ani called and hilchinda dit as Aroshe ya as a between Chiero Kia Anish Nethanesan, Bash chain to the G, that's the Nelson Genea. That's a chain who died Nansley, but Anisha Chini that echo. Aro Kudo ya Ashin Zade de Dao, Hashin so I could on hitch it need each and I know any Nation Council 24 Council Kudo. A card or was the Adot, Aro based on that I that all the Labor Commission based on another Aqua Hunza. Hona the state, Eto bit of an answer, they used to eat them by Henny then. Aro Kudo a yard, Shanat Idan, Lenny, Labor Commission do the East Ado, the Benas, Bendane. Unzaho or Kiloko, Nona, Lewitt City, Casey Watchman, Loretta Danzuka, Ben Smith, Jerry Bodie, Marie Ness, where commissioned and long while Yilihanaka. Ado, Nona City, Casey Watchman, Loretta Danzuka, they are good standing in Naval Nation Bar Association. And then Naval Nation Supreme Court, now within that, Bahi versus Naka, Edo, but not Hunza Honanj. Date Aronda, Mr. Raymond at City, no office of Legislative Council, Edo, not so smijila, PowerPoint presentation, Shido, not so smijish count, like this. February 25th, 2022, yeah, Kate, not so smijish count, Tizo saw the Shijao and Hijin, Beta, that will now come with Benihagi. Arabin Gehege Eko Raj is a said that based on the hadith. Based on the hadith, and Ida, and they quite hit or Nedla. The Labor Commission, the Hikana Sagi, Kone the Wind on Nehan that on Ikana Sagi, Digi, Katana she, that's Italian, they 18 they don't cast. Nanda, cars that Johashina, the kids are. I don't bears on it, never bears on it, don't not so. The Bukagi don't could you be not Labor Commission, Hasagi do, Edo do Hansa, and that do Cassia Halaho, Ela Coeba, Beta now don't send he don't need Ebic or air con his in the relation and I. Ko not so Shagi Bukagi ya Labor Commission April 19th last 8 at the whole on Nakidemilo not the Hahada Ita Sagi rules of procedures na AD Daik as though Edait la Hawashi that Hajobe non-national lecture, Jonsa case cushion, Benan, Shindayos and Don Daili. I don't that Quagate plan of operation Quananish, Polone Donanish, because in Aj has Ani has Haled out in national leisure, Ilbenda national leisure, Haled in the Hajaro list. So a plan of operation, he do Edo. Inash Neshto, Naik as ya chinan I tuna nice does a date armor auto so he can't deal with the there's only been con has your national sauce the listo benashaya Benchmarks but undash jai they did not inflow yanda dot inflow Nahaya landa dosles in Hashid ego which end has not done lingo eco Era ya eco tae nas Nahadili tabidi need echo hot Aja has anido Raymond Mr. Raymond at City do Legislative Council Edo Hashin so at but Nashba Cohen Zendo Lesigidon, Nantin Hashil, so Sanido, Edo, PowerPoint presentation, do elate or Leshako. Adoshin and Diary Commission, other Ashwanda Shabai, Lahados, Ash Hajito, the she, Lahade Sitans and Chow, Esha Adole, Navala, Nabanazla, but when Ingo, had but if I question art but they sins and leco. But I not so on hitch inishla. I don't that dig at this which chain needs at how your castle a land order committee, a bit that or she but not a with net all this. I don't know a best any code Bened Nishigi, Narrow Purpose Employment at Title 15. Should not I get that Nishigi? A Hachil sort on Hishan and I know Fenido, no Kado, Weekend House, a Sadobol Town for a this chain the A, Yat Ehoba, Beda any short on that case. Short on that case at Nedge. Nani planning to cases are all yat ladole, yat etole, Hojon dole, put on Sahaki, egg house, but I am the case the Yena national Ico. Argue echo. I don't the Narede, Holgistan, Office of Labor Relations, the way under executive branch, though. Health Education Human Service Committee, Human Service Committee go. Bananch, Nagil, don't bananch, your Sunday, behas, Ani, Quandocus. The never behas Ani, Yindocus, Quash, South Andor, Nato, Hajon, no, but I am not that Shandeco. Edo, Chabaconos and Dolish. A quack has unagain, a quack has ungition, excuse me. Navajo Nation course, gold has Arje, a yedo, that was Anigi, Yado, to bears Ani, ish either, to legislate ish either, did bears Ani now, lawless, don't neither. O bears Anigi, Yenad Nesto, but issue potato on the hand and now we but Chato net, Eggy, however, as Ani, but quack did edole. What on hodot asla no again darnish. Ko Nikijiga dot hot on seecation and I. Ko Nagrego the wind ebesnas go Labor Commission get that ego on the ups hearings and appeals. Company has on by a hot air in on masala or bears anigi a yenadnish. So there's only they let. Shanat I he not send he shanat I base mas unnocently. And he bears only. So what I got about Sakish and I. Shaban, so kiss the letter go. I don't want that. Did the 11 corner. I see the question of Hana and Dajanish. Shanat Labor Commission. I cash it out, ask it, not the Zedi con, you're not machine, the rules of procedure. I don't the quality I got the show, and Nagi the Bayat at a quack. There no other ways, Annie, those how, Annie, which, so Annie, go, Benashan said that case, go, Quando Costa no Jota Yana Kri. Sta Anna Ha. Kushin la another zina lot has roast another go in what be na hot in an which in a hot is a lengi or the in bananas which in a hot is a lengi hajo ya bad net all this aro the que na cause do que catla or don't know in a rego the beta na hannet ko to beta na hannet in we publicly announce to an NBA membership for comments. They are the utana which ended in Quagga Sahot on the Quagula utana bena and the installation killer. Are they hit about okay so I did I done a sinning no coverage in that but I can they need them to I call. But I did on the Mr. Raymond at City don't bother those ask I think so nan tinin hitching a on this a quay even not ani to his car teacher lead all up the ne hit it any potential kaji all but says card is he who which end the with hot John Ban I was next or let's what I am saki. So yeah, no, I don't listen nostalgia. It's not I, Mr. Henio, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Mr. Bitsui Kedla. So this report is addressing the legislative concern. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes, sir.
With that, Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept the report?
Vice Chair Smith, only.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith to accept the report from the Naval Nation Labor Commission. Is there a second? Is there a second to accept the report from Naval Nation Labor Commission? I have a motion by Vice Chair Smith. Their motion to accept, is there a second? Going once?
This is Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So we do have a motion and a second to accept the report. Is there questions, comments for the Naval Nation Labor Commission? Not hearing any. So this will call for the question to accept the report from the Naval Nation Labor Commission. Mr. Bitswick, thank you for your report. Not hearing any request to speak. So this will call for the question. Ramona, if you would lead us roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman Henio, roll call vote for
Okay.
the report.
Okay.
Honorable
Delegate Daniel So.
Hold on, Ramona. Chairman.
I vote green. Che, I vote green. This is Delegate Daniel So. Request to speak.
On the Labor Commission report?
Yeah.
If you could make it, I already called for the question, but I'll allow you to ask a quick question. Chairman So, go ahead.
So, to the presenter, this is Delegate Daniel So. What you express as the necessary changes, and then my thoughts are to reinstate the old authorities. I'm willing to sponsor the legislation. Please call me on the delegate phone or email me. Excuse me. That would be my only
comment, Mr. Chase. Thank you, BNF committee members.
Agashina again, Chairman Daniel So for stepping up. Mr. Bitsoy, you do have a request from Chairman Daniel So that he'll willing to sponsor your legislation for you.
Yes, sir.
So with this, Ramona, if you would continue with the voting process.
Sure, Chairman Henyo. Roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Agree.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member excused, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
She came out for the roll call vote. Thank you, Mr. Bitsoy. You have a due pass. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. So with that, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda. That takes care of all of our reports. We'll go to item 6, old business. There's none. Item 7, new business. You have legislation 0013-22, sponsored by Pernell Halona. Delegate Pernell Halona, are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Chairman Henry. Yes, sir, I'm online.
Peggy, if you would read the legislation into the record for us.
Okay, this is legislation number 0013-22. It's a proposed Naval Nation Council resolution assigned to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Nabikia Committee, thence Naval Nation Council. 24th Naval Nation Council, 4th year, 2022, introduced by Pernell Halona, prime sponsor, co-sponsored by, I think that's Eugenia Charles Newton, and also Seth Damon, council delegates, tracking number 0013-22, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Nabikia committees, and to the Naval Nation Council, approving $540,520. Let me say that again, $540,528 in supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance to Rehoboth Christian School to fund school student transportation costs, a Navajo language teacher position, summer school expenses, and other needs. The reference legislation exhibits are attached. And then there are written comments from the children and teachers of the Rehoboth School, and that consists of 41 in favor and 1 comment that's opposing. And then the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee has a committee report. Has a due pass with no amendment, however, with a stipulation that the sponsors submit completed FY 2022 budget forms, and according to Appropriations Act Title 12, secure a written analysis from the Office of Management and Budget and from the Office of the Controller, parentheses, analyzing if the UUFB request is a recurring expense, and then referred to the Budget and Finance Committee. There's also a vote tally sheet that is attached from the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Chair.
Okay, thank you for the reading of the legislation. Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion?
Motion, Vice Chair Smith.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second? Legislation 0013-22. We have a motion by Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second?
Delegate Brown, second.
Motion by second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Thank you. So we do have a motion and second. Delegate Pernell Halona, you have the floor. Present your legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Henio and members of the BNF committee. Thank you for letting me bring this legislation to you. Legislation to assist Rehoboth High School. They need several items, mostly for AC airback system for their elementary school, and then also money for their bilingual program, Navajo speaking program for Navajo classes to be taught there at the school. And that's basically what it is. It's just assist the school with some assistance so that they can continue to have their Navajo speaking classes, and then as well as assist them with transportation to bus the students back and forth. They have students that come from all over the reservation, and right now they're having financing that part of the operation. And so this money would go to assist them with those classes and their airback as well. I also have my agent on the line. I'd like to give him a few minutes to speak. Chairman Henry, if you would. Mr. Ippel from Rehoboth High School.
Yatesh Babu. Thank you so much for letting me join you in this. And, you know, I've been at Rehoboth for 29 years, and what I'm so excited about is the fact that I see such a partnership between Rehoboth and the Navajo Nation in wanting to do the best for its youth. And I think the whole pandemic thing really helped me to realize what a partnership we have with the Navajo Nation as we became kind of this food distribution center for a lot of the area in water deliveries and that sort of thing. And we even now have wood on campus that we give to the elders and have our kids involved in all of these service projects because we think education is so much about serving. But I just think this partnership is awesome in the way that you guys have helped us already with students who do well. You encourage them to do well, and they take the Navajo language class here and the government classes and are able to get the Chief Manuelito scholarships for college, the ODY scholarships that help encourage kids who have a 3.3 or above. So, you know, I think all of the things that it seems like kind of a hodgepodge in a way of things, but I think they're all things that are really designed to help us in serving our kids the best that we can. And we serve an area of 3,000 square miles, and so that those bus routes are incredibly important. Teaching the Navajo language, you know, Rehoboth as a boarding school probably did have the history of you know, going against teaching the Navajo language, and now we're promoting that. And I'm so excited about that. And that's the way I want that to be. And we're excited about that. And we also are expanding just the ability to reach a wider variety of kids. We're trying to include more special needs kids into our school. And that's why some of these materials for refurbishing a classroom for kids with special needs, something we have not been able to do as well as we had hoped in the past. And then finally, you know, sometimes you think, well, is air conditioning or whatever a luxury? You know, I think whether it's because of climate change or because we're just trying to do a lot more education in the summer, it seems like the one spot where we don't have air and a good HVAC system is in our elementary school. And before all of the security concerns of our era, you know, it was just open the windows, open the doors. Well, now for security purposes, you just can't do that kind of thing. So that's another aspect of just trying to make this a more conducive learning environment. But again, I just want to say thank you so much for even considering this, and yeah, for allowing us to be partners in loving the kids.
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee. This is Mr. Norman John II, Chapter President for Boston Chapter. Back in the last year, early spring, we decided to help sponsor a request to the Navajo Nation on the Rehoboth Christian Schools. So I developed a resolution for Boston Chapter and approved unanimously. And then through the District 14 Council, it passed. And then it went on to the Board of Finance Agency Council and it passed. So a lot of parents are still calling us, seeing when the Rehoboth will get its funding. So we should have some kind of answer, but I think the Navajo Nation Council has a final authority for the agreement with outside entities. So Panaoshka, Panaika, the Halchin, the Oshkagi, what your buying needs and all. And so it's up to the kids and the parents. They want to put their children to have a better education than Noshing. So a lot of them goes to McKinley County School, but mainly a lot of, I guess, 50-50 formula type, or they put their children over at the Rehoboth Christian School. So not only that, they get academic scholars, academic awards, athletics, that Aggie, and to treat everybody equal with these students, and the parents are concerned about their students. Even legislation through the help of Mr. Halona, Delegate Halona. About now, you know, we're pleading with you to have Navajo Nation help support our school because we try to maintain a high achievement for academic and not only the academics, but other than the academic, we have to have athletic programs, sports that they go on the county roads, county bus routes, dirt roads. Like they said, that it goes from Tohatchee, Nash City, Standing Rock, Coyote Canyon, Wonder Rock, Sabinito, and Gallup, south of Gallup. That area covers a lot of, I think Mr. Eipold said that covers about 3,000 square miles. So it's a large area where I want to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John, and Chairman Henio. I'd like to have a few more minutes for co-sponsor Edmund Yazzie to speak.
Delegate Halona, is he your agent? I believe you're the prime sponsor, so therefore, if he is one of your agents, then you need to call on him as an agent.
Okay, yes, I'd like to call on him as an agent as well.
Neither the delegate, it's not be your agent. And so just remember, Delegate Halona, I remember Speaker Damon not allowing this during one of our meetings in the past, but I'll allow one time this time, along with Delegate Halona. If you could call on Chairman Yazzie, go ahead.
Chairman Yazzie, are you on?
Chair, can you hear me?
There you go.
No, yes.
All right, so it's okay with you, Chair?
You have the floor.
All right, okay. Members, BNF members, this is Edmund Yazi, and then also everyone that's on call. Mr. Halona, thank you. I just asked the membership for their approval on this legislation. I know in the past we have done such thing for a school that had provided so much for our Navajo kids, small school out in Peru, and they have been so grateful on what the Navajo Nation has did for them at the last term, and that was sponsoring a legislation for their transportation school bus. All this time, there's been donors, and this is a private school that caters to our Navajo kids, and they teach them the Navajo language, the traditional backgrounds, the Christianity backgrounds. And so for all the time that non-native donors have donated, and so we decided that, we should, as Navajo, do something to help out. And that's the same cause for Rehoboth. Colleagues, I ask for your favorable vote on this. I know it's going to go to NABI and then through the council and then with President with his approval. Rehoboth has shown a lot of they have shown a lot of encouragement to our Navajo kids. And this past weekend, I went to go see the basketball tournament, which is going on now in New Mexico. And there was the boys, they played Dulce, and there was a lot of our Navajo kids that were on the team. And so, and it's encouraging that the school is trying to better our children, our Navajo kids, through education, whether it's through welding school, military, or whatnot. So enough have been, good statements have been said, and colleagues, I would just ask for your support on this legislation because of the work that Rehoboth has done for our Navajo children. And so I'll leave it at that, Chair, and members of the committee and everyone that's listening on call. Thank you. Kaha.
Thank you for that, Delegate Yazzie and Chairman Henry. I think that concludes our report. The other thing I do have is I need to make some amendments to the legislation as well to replace some of the budget forms. Update them. Chairman.
Delegate Pernell Halona for that presentation. And so on your request for the amendment on the budget form, have you sent that to Ms. Peggy Nakai?
Yes, we did.
Okay, I'll go with that. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Questions, comments, and there's the request for an amendment also. So the floor is open for questions and comments.
Chair Haney, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, Shenandoah, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Shenandoah, and Budget and Finance Committee, and those that are listening on with the Budget and Finance Committee meeting this afternoon. Thank you, Honorable Halona and Honorable Chairman Yazzie for sponsoring this legislation. I do support this fully, and I know that one of our original 29 code talkers was in attendance at Rehoboth back in the day, and I'm proud to say that he was going to school there at Rehoboth, and also my dad went to school there too, Raymond Smith Sr., and later on became not the 29 code talkers, but became one of the 500 code talkers and served in Iwo Jima. There's big potential for our kids, and there's big potential for them to learn. I'm glad that I hear that they're also getting the Navajo Nation Manuelito Scholarship, which is a honorary scholarship for our kids to continue their education, and that really helps with the tuition and costs, and that goes to the universities that they attend when they get the Envision scholarship. But with that said, Shanda, I do like to move this forward and in favor of it, and I'd like to request that the amendment be made. I don't have the amendment in front of me, but I don't see the amendment here. I don't know when it was sent. Okay, I see it now. I'd like to entertain that amendment. Nanda, could we have that read into record? I'd like to motion that. Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith. Amendment number 1, motion. Peggy, do you have the amendment available for reading?
Chair Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. There was to be an amendment made, but then there were questions about the dollar amounts in the proposal. So we just have, if you look at the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee report that's attached to the legislation, you'll note that we have a stipulation, and that same stipulation is going to be attached to the committee report for Budget and Finance. And hopefully by the time the Nabikiat Committee considers this legislation, all those corrections will be made. So the stipulation will say, do pass with amendment with the stipulation that the sponsor will submit corrected exhibits when this legislation is considered by the Nabikiat Committee or the Navajo Nation Council.
So that's the amendment.
Yes, that's the amendment that Ms. Tabahi is recommending, and I sent it out to you just momentarily, probably about 3:05.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I clarify? This is Lurleen with OLC.
Yes, please, Ms. Tapahi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not necessarily an amendment to the actual legislation. It's just simply a means for the committee to approve the legislation today, if the committee so votes. And then if it is approved, it's approved with this stipulation that the corrected exhibits will be provided when the legislation gets to NABI or the council. So we're not changing anything in the existing legislation as posted on DIB. The committee would simply today approve it, or it would be a do pass with the stipulation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So, Vice Chair Smith, on your motion, this would be a stipulation to the legislation. Is that how you wish to modify your motion?
Yeah, Nanda, Dashandagi. Yes, according to the way it was explained, I'd like to, I guess, recommend that, or I'm not sure how, but through your leadership there, Chair Henio, I'd like to, with that language, do pass without amendment, with the stipulation that the sponsor will submit corrected exhibits when this legislation is considered by the Nabikiat Committee or the Navajo Nation Council, as stated. Thank you.
With that modification, is there a second to the motion? Motion by Vice Chair Smith to add stipulated language to the legislation as part of the committee report. Is there a second? There's a second going once. We got a motion by Vice Chair Smith. There's second going twice.
I'll second. This is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So we do have a motion and a second on the stipulated language for the committee report. Is there any questions, comments on that, on this motion second? If there's none, I'll call for the question to accept this motion second. Ramona, if you lead us a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman Henyo, roll call vote on the language. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair is excused. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Chairman, we have 2 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, Chairman not voting, and 1 member excused, and 2 members not voting. Chairman?
Okay, looks like we might not have a quorum.
Yeah, we lost quorum. We might have to do roll call.
Ramona, let's do a roll call. If there's no quorum, then we'll see what we do after that. But roll call vote. Do a roll call, please, for the record.
Sure, Chairman. Roll call for the record. Honorable Jamie Kenyo.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henyo is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair is excused. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Chairman, we have 3 members present entering roll call, 1 member excused, and 2 members not entering roll call. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that official roll call. Looks like we do lose a quorum. It is 3:13 p.m. on Tuesday, March 1st, 2022. Therefore, if there's no quorum, we cannot continue with business under new business. And so therefore, the meeting is adjourned due to lack of a quorum. Thank you.
So we have the next meeting is March 15th for the Budget and Finance Committee. We have a loss of quorum. So the meeting is over now. Thank you for your attendance and your participation today. Apologies for that.